Let's see if this works. Okay. Let me see in the comments now. Okay, so wait 1 sec. Let me take a look in my stream because after 5 minutes it cuts off. Really want to use StreamYard, man. I really do. And I've heard because you gotta put no when you're if it's for kids or not. So I hope it works. I hope it really does. I'm gonna put the link over if anyone wants to talk because I got some YouTube updates. Just let everyone know and. So yeah, So and just put the thing. I hope. Oh, okay. I'm really hoping this works, man, because I would love to try this out and use it on. Can't really see my face right now. I mean, I look terrible. My room is messy. My room is a little messy, so. That's if I want to show something, then yeah. Let me actually. I forgot how to use this. Oh, okay. Invite. Copy the clipboard. I'm gonna pin the comment. I'm gonna pin that. Oh, somebody dropped off a like. See, that's cool. Thank you. Anybody could come up. Okay. All right. Anybody could come up. It's going on for a very good time. You come up. Put the link if anybody could come up too. If anybody wants to talk. So yeah. You can look at this. Let me just show my face just for. I don't really care. My room is messy because really gotta talk. So I got some YouTube updates. For you guys. And first of all, I got some YouTube drama. I got some. Wait, hold on. Let me just make sure before I announce the YouTube drama, let me make sure to actually put the latest videos on here. Hey Russell. So, how you doing, bud? Okay, so here's about the YouTube drama. Okay, so here's the number one. Now, if you know of if you know, how would I say it? Oh, let me pin the comment show to make sure it doesn't. Oh, I can't pin it. I thought I could pin it. Okay. I can remove it, but I can't pin it. Okay. What's up? What's up, Mason? Okay. That's good. But anyway, some YouTube drama. So, so if you guys heard of Found and Buried, I think he's a really good channel. I've been with him at least, I think at least for a year now. I've been with him, I think, but I don't remember how long I was with him. And okay, thanks, Russell. So I'm how was it? One time at a stream, um, I decided to. I've accidentally did. I put my stream. I said that I was streaming. I accidentally put my stream in the in his stream. I accidentally put the stream. I asked if anybody could come over. I didn't force anybody to come over. I didn't force it. I said if. Okay. And yeah, it sounds pretty messed up. All right. And I made a mistake. You know what I mean? I made a mistake, and I can understand why. You know, and I mean, if you do it to me, I wouldn't care. But because I thought that his viewers do it. Because I saw one of his viewers. I guess because he was at the end of the screen, no one was watching, so people were like, "Hey, go to his screen." But I decided to do it. So so after when I was done with the stream that I put, and I was surprised that he saw it because I enlisted the video. I enlisted the stream, and I was very, very surprised that that he saw the video because I enlisted it. And wow, and he said something, and I was like, oh wow, and I looked at it. I still have the comment, and I was like, how does this guy could see my thing if I enlisted it? I guess, but he ever had it. But he told me that hurt history, man. I never thought that you would pull something out on me. Wow, I was shocked seeing you typing that going into my live after I just told everyone in the chat to see what happened to another friend of mine. How much I hate that, and you go do the same thing to me. I never. Hold on. Okay, let me just read it. Going into someone else's live stream is going live is like the rudest thing to another friend. So I'm really shocked, but I guess it is and what it is. So he typed that, and first of all I was shocked that that comment exists because I listed the video. I don't know how did you see it. Maybe somebody told him, and God, I have no idea. So I received that, and I was like, okay. At first, I was very confused. I was very confused. I was like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? And and I told him that I also came into another reply that I told him that something happened to his friend, and I was like, I'm sorry that happened to your friend. And if so, I'm very sorry whatever happened to him. And first of all, I thought that I can promote my streams or anybody else can since Mr. Popzilla does it. If you don't know who Mr. Popzilla is, he's another coin YouTuber that talks about coins, right? Because not just in history, I like coins. I like the hobby. So like I'm confused why you're pissed off at me, and and I shouted you out multiple times because I did. I felt like, like why? I helped you out too. So I was just very confused at the point until I realized I I understand. You know what I mean? I was like, oh yeah. I was like, yeah, that was a mistake. I shouldn't have did that. And so I emailed him and I told him I was sorry. I gave him an apology, and I showed you the email. I can show you the email. Let me go to my email real quick. And I told him all the things that you can contact me. I told him that you can put on Discord. You can do that like Discord. You can call me Discord. You can call me on Instagram. You can talk like just to man to man if you want to. So, and then he emailed me back. First of all, trying to get the email here. Nope, that's my YouTube email. Let me go to email. Okay, so I said this, you know, that I told him that you should at least put rules in your stream so it lets people know not to do that, you know, because I didn't know that would upset him, you know, because if someone did that to me, if you Russell did that to me or Mason did that to me, I wouldn't care, you know. I was like, okay, he's streaming, go check out his stream if you want to, and people do it too. Like, it's not like, you know, people do it. People get off your streams and go to another streams, even if the link is not even in the chat. So, you know, so at the time, I just didn't really understand what was the purpose, because if someone did it to me, I wouldn't care. And he said to me that try promoting streams and asking people in the live stream that you're going live is something no one should do. Yeah, I kind of understand. You know, I kind of understand why, because you know you're a coin channel that does giveaways. And he said that's not the rules. Common sense. To me, I just find it. Well, first of all, yes, but also you have to put that just in case. Like, even if in my Discord I put rules and they're mostly common sense. Like, no racism, no putting porn in the Discord channel or any kind of inappropriate links. I have to list all of that, and just to let people know you can't do that shit in here. You know, share. You know, be respectful. If you disagree with someone, be respectful, and that's it. It's literally, that's all you have to do. Just put some rules, even though it's common sense. I still put them up anyway. And if I went to anyone's stream and having a live stream and I said I was going live, anyone that I guess he wants, or he probably meant wants. He probably spelled it by mistake. Wants to watch it, it would be pissed. First of all, I didn't want anyone to watch it. I didn't really care if anyone didn't watch it. I thought that you could just promote. I didn't care, you know, if anyone watched it. First of all, nobody from your stream didn't tell you, you know, that, you know, nobody from your stream didn't, like, how I say it, like, no one from your stream didn't came into my stream. I didn't see Kelly came to the stream. I didn't see John Chum came to the stream. I didn't see Reg coming into the stream. I didn't see any of those guys. So you're lucky that nobody even came to my stream. So I don't know what's the issue. But we'll make a video about this too, just in case everybody knows what's going on, because I don't think no one would watch this either. So, so I replied. I still apologized. I mean, you know, like I said, if you did it to me, I told him if you did it to me, I wouldn't care. And what's up, Greg? Hey, what's up, Greg? StreamYard finally works though. Huh. So just telling some YouTube drama and some comments I have been dealing up with. But how would I also say it? So what was he talking about? Because I wouldn't care, but at the same time I understand his point of view, you know, because he does giveaways, and you know, you need people to be there to do a giveaway, because out of that. So I apologized again, and I said, because, you know, I totally understand, because I just talk behind a camera and I just stream video games. That's why I just didn't understand, you know. And I told him, if you don't like me, man, I told him if you don't like me, that's your you have every right to not to like me. I don't expect everyone to like me. You know what I mean? I got enemies myself too. Ooh. So not everyone has to like me or not, but you have every right to. But I like you, George, as a human person. You didn't respect me. You treat me respect, and so and and all that stuff. Right? You treat me with respect. And he told me that, said in a rude way, but he told me you big dummy. I never didn't say anything like except that's retarded. Just saying that it wasn't cool, and he says I'm over it. He says it's nothing because of you're hungry. It's not nice to tell people that I'm on a stream that you're going live and to watch you and you know that the other guy is streaming. Okay, so I understand. He says I'm over it. It's not a big deal. So I thought that we're cool. We're cool. And until he, until I came up to his stream today, and I asked him questions. Well, let me see. Let me see what's in the chat before I go into that. Hey Rich, what's up? Hey Rich, what's up, man? YouTube drama. Yep, some YouTube drama. Believe it or not, Greg, some YouTube drama. And I think this is like my first thing I have to do with my YouTube drama. But so yeah, yep, some YouTube drama. So until I came to his stream and I asked him questions like, "You want to come up? Like, can I come up so I can talk to you?" Or like, or you know, can I come up? Can I talk to you? Or stuff like that. Like, are we cool? And stuff like that. Just want to make sure that we're 100% like, are we cool? You know what I mean? We don't have this discussion. We don't need to have this discussion anymore. I'll put you up, Greg. Wait 1 second. I just want to get this off my chest. Then everybody can come over. So I thought that we were cool, and completely dodges my questions. Completely dodges my questions, and I even some questions it was coin related too. I was like, do you have all the quarters in the entire states? Because I think that's pretty cool. And he completely, and I know he saw it too. He completely dodged it and went to somebody else. So I was like, wow. I was like, wow, man. All the stuff I did for you, man. All the stuff I did for you, and you're gonna treat me like shit? Like seriously? You're gonna treat me like shit? Like seriously, man. Like I was pissed. Like all the stuff I did for you, I gave you multiple shout outs. I even gave you a shout out when I got my package from you. Hell, I was even thinking about giving this to you. This Pepsi poster from the 1900s because I knew you liked Pepsi, and he said that you said one time you said that you want it, and I was thinking about because it wouldn't keep up in the wall, so I was thinking about what, let me give this to George, but nah, man, you blew it, and I said I was about to give you this for free. But you blew it, man. You blew it. Sorry, man. All the stuff I did for you, and I helped you out. Wow. Wow, that's crazy. That's also crazy. Let's bring Greg up here. What's up, Greg?
There's nothing up here. What's up over there? Holy crap!
Yeah, it's this is my first YouTube drama I ever had.
I mean, I can't say I've been in much drama, but well, I guess did you just explain the entire thing?
I did.
Oh, okay.
Like what happened? I did explain the entire thing. What happened? And he just wants to treat me like this, man. And I did all the stuff for him too. Like even when he was streaming, right? When he had to go walk his dog, he said he's gonna go walk his dog for a bit. And I was like, okay, I'll answer everybody's questions and stuff like that. I even helped him out. So I don't understand. And you want to get offended by a mistake that I just did? dude, it was a mistake. You know what I mean? And I said sorry multiple times because now I completely understand.
So you called someone retarded on your stream, and he's losing it, or what?
No, I didn't call anybody retarded.
Or you just said retarded, or whatever.
No, well, I didn't call anybody retarded.
I missed half his explanation. I'm sorry. So
Yeah, it's all right. I emailed him that I was sorry. I emailed him that I was sorry. I emailed him saying that that I was sorry. I didn't mean to put a stream in your channel because I thought that since everybody in your channel does it, I thought that people could do it as well. You know what I mean? And I did not know that would upset him. You know what I mean? At the time, now I know. But until he saw until he commented on my on my stream that I did yesterday, and I unlisted it because I thought it was a horrible stream. So, and I was surprised that he saw it because I enlisted it. So I told him that, I was very confused. Why are you angry at me? I was so confused. Like, what are you talking about? Until I realized it was a link.
So you put a link in it. So you put a link in his stream, and then he just like got all
upset. Yeah.
Well, what the heck's? What's the big deal? You just put a. I'm like
exactly.
So he just so this guy's ignoring you now for putting a link in his stream.
Pretty much. I mean, yeah, pretty much.
Oh, that's pathetic. I mean, really, if you're getting upset over a link.
Exactly.
I mean, and didn't he send you something? He sent you the film?
Yeah. Yeah, he sent me the film. He sent me the film. I got 5. I think he gave me like 6. It's in my grandpa's office, but he brought me 6. And I told him that I will digitize them for you because I tried it on the projector and it didn't work. It almost broke the projector.
Right. Yeah.
So
yeah.
Yeah, it almost broke the projector. So that's why. So I decided to. I have a friend who does that, who digitizes film. So I was thinking about giving it to him and see if he could digitize it and then show it off. And I wanted to help him from that way because he really wants to see it.
You know what?
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I'm not worried about it, but I'm just saying, like, you just making a big deal just because of one little mistake.
Yeah, that's pretty goofy that he's doing that. I mean,
yeah.
Really.
You can just tell.
How's my volume?
Oh, your volume's really good. I can hear you.
Okay. All right.
I'm not sure if anyone can hear. I'm just gonna put if anyone can hear Greg. Rich says that he just came in late. There are too many YouTubers that try to regulate the streams. If that was the issue, no one has the right to tell one not to stream. He's a good guy too. This guy, Rich Cowley, he's an amazing guy. He has a bunch of antiques and coins, man.
I'll check out his channel.
Yeah. I had talked to him today, and he has like almost. I was shocked. He has almost everything of his family history. Like he has letters. He has.
Is that right?
Family. Yeah.
Huh.
He even has I think he has his great grandmother's bonnet.
Is that right? Huh.
Yeah.
Just a piece of.
I think that's pretty cool, but.
I was gonna say just a piece of cloth, but it actually isn't. I don't know much about bonnets, so I shouldn't say.
Right, but I think that was pretty cool. But yeah, so that's all I had to announce. Was because of that.
That's pretty goofy though, like community drama. If this George guy is watching the stream, I mean, I'm sure. Like, was it a mistake that you put the link in the?
At the time, I did.
Okay.
At the time, I just didn't know better. You know what I mean? Because.
Oh, you just put it in there? Okay.
I just put it in there because I saw Pops did it. He's another coin YouTuber.
Yeah.
I saw he did it, so I just I just put mine in there. So.
Oh well, if he's doing it, why can't you do it?
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
And then he got upset about it, and I was like, wow. Like seriously.
Well, I think George is personally crying over nothing.
Yeah, I think so too.
He's being all. I bet this will blow over in a week.
I think so too.
I bet it'll blow over in a week. I mean, but also if it doesn't blow over, Troy, then you probably shouldn't be affiliating yourself with someone like George if he's gonna lose his mind over something like that.
Yeah, yeah. Uh,
Like
I'm not really, I'm just shocked because like all the stuff I did for you, man, it's
I mean, I get it. Like, let's say, oh, you somehow had a hand in, let's say, deleting his YouTube channel. Okay, I can understand that. You didn't
I
want to talk
understand that
to him.
too. Yeah,
But you put a link in his stream.
yeah,
I think there's more to life than worrying about YouTube stream links, but some people don't agree with me on that one.
yeah. Like I said, man, I don't know. I really don't know, man. Oof, man. Like I said, it's but I also have some other news, Greg, about this channel too as well.
Ooh, do tell. Don't let me stop you.
Uh, I'm planning to actually read newspaper, front pages of a newspaper from all the newspapers that I have, and just talk about it because I have another YouTuber that does it. Um, his name is World War II, and he puts like live broadcasts too. I think he commented on my video. I was surprised that he commented too. I didn't know he would even comment. I didn't even know he even subbed to my channel, and yet he commented on my YouTube rant. His name is let me see where I can get his name. I'm looking at it right now. World War II News Pop Culture Involved. He's a really good channel. I think you should check him out. And he actually does he does the history of World War II every single day by newspaper and some radio broadcasts.
So he uploads this stuff and whatnot.
Yeah.
How does he do it for the newspapers? Does he just read it?
Yeah, he reads it.
And that's okay. So you're planning to read your
So I'm
newspaper?
planning. I have like a bunch of old newspapers over here, and I was like, "That's a good idea. I think I should do it because I do it on Instagram."
Right.
So I was like, "Why can't I do it here?" You know what I mean? I got like a bunch of old newspapers right next to me, so I was like, "Why not?" So so I was thinking about doing that.
Just be careful, Troy, not to like rip the guy off or anything. We don't want to,
Yeah.
directly take like his formula and use it again.
Right. No, I'll ask him.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Check with him first, and then we'll see what's what. That'd be interesting though. Reading the old newspapers.
Yeah, because he does it himself. I'm gonna put the channel too in the link too, if anyone wants to watch it. If you want to take a look at it, because it's a really good channel. I really like what he does. Hey, Chase is here.
Yeah, see, Porter's in the chat. Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Again.
He's here.
Are you highlighting specific comments? Is that how this
Yeah,
works?
I can do that. See?
Oh, okay. I see how it goes.
Yeah. I can show it up. I can do that,
Yeah.
Like I said, it's really easy to use, and I like the software a lot.
I mean, hey, whatever works for you works.
And like I said, I'm thinking about using the remember I was talking about, I'm not sure if I told you, Greg, but remember I talked about I'm going to interview Mae West's former assistant.
Yeah, how's that going, by the way? How are you gonna
He accepted it.
Oh, so obviously there's gonna be a video or something on this.
Yeah, he told me, he's like, "You're interested on the video on the interview," and he said not right now, but he said that he's still interested, because he said he's busy. He said he got to move and all that type of stuff.
Yeah,
he says he's doing another auction in July because he's selling some of Mae's stuff.
I guess there were no historians in her family because apparently no one seemed to want any of her stuff, which is really bizarre. I'm sure there were some things, but
yeah.
there's so much more stuff that he ended up getting.
Yeah.
So
I was shocked when he said that. And I'm like, why would nobody want to take it? And he said, and he told me that there's no Mae West museums.
You think after being such a big star, you'd think, at least be one.
Yeah.
Or something,
Yeah. I just think that's crazy. And he told me that he didn't want to put her stuff in a library because they'll just only show it a month or two, and they'll just put it in the back.
Yeah, it'll be sitting in a closet for 12 months of the year.
Yeah, so it wouldn't make sense doing that. So he just has it on for now, and he just decides to sell some.
That's
So,
pretty remarkable. He's got that stuff.
yeah, I
Huh.
know, man. He got like dresses, tables, chairs.
Oh, he's got like the family dining set and stuff like that. Is that what?
Yeah, he
Oh
even has.
man, he got
He even
everything.
has her like dining room set.
Like,
You know,
huh?
and he said that it was. He told me that it was storage very badly. You know,
Oh yeah,
so he had to replaster it, but it's still the original thing.
yeah.
He has her dressing table, chairs, everything,
Is
man.
this all from like the 70s? Like, is this all 70s stuff?
All the way from the 30s to the 70s,
Oh, okay, I see.
because she has um all of her furniture from the 30s, because I mean, some of them are new, like at least from the 70s, but from the most is from the 30s, because she lived in an apartment called the Ravenswood in LA,
Right.
and she lived there from 32 until her death in 1980.
So she just didn't get rid of anything.
She didn't really get rid of anything now.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. So,
Keep it.
and
Ooh, there's a new Troy, the newest thing in the chat there you should look at by
what?
Rich Cali. Rich Cali? Is it Rich
Yeah.
Cali? Rich Cali 21? Yeah, I'd recommend highlighting that.
This one?
Yeah.
Keep in mind, most women do not like her because she was so over the top.
I mean, hey, that could totally be it right there, but you'd think
Yeah.
that at least be one. You'd think somebody would.
Yeah. Somebody would want it, though. You know?
I mean, you'd think if there's statues of George Formby Jr., more than one over in the UK, you'd think that at least be one, like Mae West Museum or something like that.
Or something like that. I mean, there's fans out here that's not like her
Yeah.
still. So, why not a museum? He said he couldn't do it like that's why he couldn't make a museum, even though he wanted to. He just didn't really have the funds to do it. Like the money.
Well, you have to get a building, and then you have to pay all those and the mortgage and all that stuff.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
all
yeah.
that stuff. So he just decided to sell a couple.
The copper one says, who exactly? We're talking about Mae West
We're talking about Mae West.
and her assistant, who Troy is going to interview.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of which here, Troy, I know I don't know who or if this is even the right place to say this, but anyway, I was trying to DM it to you earlier, but I guess I'll tell you right now.
Yeah.
You know my series Radium Hours that I was kind of off and on
Yeah.
planning kind of off and on. I was kind of like, I don't know if I should do this. I don't know. Okay, they're actually making a movie on the Radium Girls.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Wow.
they're actually doing that. So that just kind of blew my whole thing out of the water. I don't know if it's still worth doing that.
Wow.
Which is remarkable. I got to see this movie.
Well, let me see. I'm on Discord right now.
I can DM you the trailer, or if I
Oh,
can find it.
I see it. Oh crap!
The thing is,
I gotta take a look at that.
the thing
Radium
is,
Girls.
if you don't know who the Radium Girls were, quick history lesson for you guys. Back in the from probably around like World War I to I don't know, the mid to late 20s. Actually, no, it continued up until the 50s. But anyway, the Radium Girls worked at this company called the Radium. I think it was. Oh man, the name is completely just leaving me right now.
What?
The Radium Dial Corporation of America, I think.
I think that's what it's called.
And basically what they do is they paint radioactive numbers that glow in the dark for clocks and watches, and they'd have clients like let's say I don't know, West Clock, the clock company goes over there and says, hey, I'd like, I don't know, 250,000 dials painted in the radioactive, or well, they wouldn't say radioactive, but they say luminous, as they like to put it, glow in the dark green or whatever. Okay, we'll whip those up for you. So they made dials for clients is basically
Right.
what they did, and now and of course since this stuff is radioactive, it's killing the girls, and the girls to make themselves look somewhat pretty for their boyfriends, and B, they thought it was really cool. For the watches, they'd take the paintbrush, dip it in the radioactive glow in the dark paint, stick it in their mouths. So they're putting radioactive material in their mouths. They have no idea this is killing them. And taking it back out again and then painting, I don't know, the number 6 on a Westclock Pocket Ben or something. I don't know.
Right.
So anyway, there's a movie on it, and there was a whole scandal with this company. It was a long story. I kind of got carried away there, but anyway. So yeah, there's a whole.
Chase says.
The dollop is the dollop.
There's a good history podcast called The Dollop on YouTube.
I mean, they'll probably go more in depth about it, like they'd go way more, but yeah.
About it, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I watched about it. I remember watching about it. On the History Guy. He's a YouTube channel. There's a YouTube channel. It's called The History Guy. It's like if you type History Man, he's like above me.
The History Guy.
Yeah.
History Man and History Guy. I like it.
Yeah, I know. Oh, but History Guy, man, his channel.
Yeah.
His channel is like some of the he posts.
Oh, this guy.
Yeah.
With the bow tie.
Yeah, with the bow tie. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
Because I remember I remember watching the Radium Girls, and I was like, I remember watching that. I watched the Radium Girls on his channel.
Yeah, I was gonna make a series on that because those luminous clocks and watches are still in circulation. They're not. I'm not gonna say they're not dangerous. Obviously, they need to be, very cautious around them. Don't lick them. Obviously, I don't know, and that's what I was gonna make. I was gonna make a whole series on it, saying, "Okay, this is what you do with these clocks and watches."
And how to
take care of them because they're still around. I own a number of them. I don't own like 250 of them, but I own like a few. And I don't know, but I don't know now because this big movie's coming out and there's going to be so much publicity around this stuff. I mean, I don't know how much publicity the history community gets on a daily basis unless it's like World War II or something like that. But this is for something so specific.
Just very specific, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like most people that's interested into history, I would say is like huge majority of it is World War II.
Yeah, that seems to be the main thing.
Like that's like the main thing.
That's like that's and especially in school too. You get taught World War II and World War I.
Yeah. I remember when my history teacher says, "All right, we're going to talk about World War I," and my classmate just freaked out. He's like, "Yes!"
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, so.
I mean, hey, there's a lot of guys who are just into the 2 wars, and that's it.
Hey, yeah, I think it's interesting too,
Yeah.
So, Rich says, did their fingernails and stuff too?
I would think they would because
they were touching it, right?
They portrayed this really well in the movie, or from the trailer anyway. Yeah, that she just dip it into the paint, put the paint in her mouth, and to make themselves look pretty. Yeah, and it was a nice shade of green. The paint is actually a nice shade of green, even though it's terribly dangerous.
Right.
So, and I should bring this up too. C. Porter, he brought this to my attention when he watched the trailer because I was freaking out earlier today when I found this trailer, and I DM'd C. Porter. I said, "Look at this! It's a radio. It's there's going to be a movie, and Westclock's probably going to be in it somewhere." Right. And then he looks at it and he says, he says something about the horror potential of this movie, which, I guess because the Radium Girls literally started falling apart. But anyway, he notices that there's there's a scene in the trailer where one of the girls is being tested by a Geiger counter, and there's a civil defense Geiger counter. Remember, this is the 20s, right? There's a civil defense
20s.
Yeah, and they painted it black. They painted it black. Is a really poor sub in Geiger counter because I guess they couldn't find one from the 20s or whatever.
Right.
There's literally a scene showing the dial of the Geiger counter, and it literally says CD 25, whatever the model number is, but that stands for civil defense.
Wow,
So
that's
this
interesting.
This is a 50s Geiger counter, 50s or 60s Geiger counter in a 20s movie. So
Yeah,
I mean,
Chinese movie.
so
That's interesting. Well, accuracy.
so yeah, they kind of screwed that up.
They
But I
screwed
mean,
that up.
this completely flew over my head. C. Porter saw that, and I had to go
Right.
back and look at it again.
Like that's interesting. Were they even around in the 20s?
No, they were definitely not around in the 20s.
So why would you even put it?
Because they couldn't find anything else to. They probably couldn't find.
Okay.
Civil defense was such a big thing, and I'm not going to go into civil defense what it is because I don't feel I could do it justice as to what exactly it is.
Right.
It was a Cold War. The second I say that, I go into I don't know. It was a Cold War. Protect the public. It's literally civilian defense from the atomic bomb.
Atomic bombs, right?
And that's why there's Geiger counters.
Right.
So. Anyway, so they put a civil defense.
I'm thinking about doing a video about what did Britain do in the Cold War. I was thinking about.
Ooh, actually, that's something. Yeah, that's something that never gets discussed. What did Britain do?
Yeah, so I think about doing that. You know.
Yeah.
Do that video. I mean, it's in my head. Like I said, I got like a bunch of videos for me doing in the future.
Welcome.
Right now, I'm working on the World War I series for part 2. Pretty much.
Funny how you'd take on World War I, because from I'm not saying you can't. Obviously, you can do whatever you want. But
right. I know there's
hasn't that been covered like so many times? But
yeah.
I guess you want to put your own spin on it.
Yeah.
Which is, I understand that too.
Yeah, and plus I'm talking it to in detail too because that's why it's in parts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Whoops. Oh, I dropped a pencil on the floor.
The only thing that's never got discussed that I've put, I think it was the Iranian Revolution. I'm not sure if you saw that.
The Iranian Revolution? I think. No, I didn't see that, Troy.
Yeah, I talked about like how Iran came from a monarchy to an Islamic republic.
Oh, okay.
And why they're being because they used to be Western.
Right.
Back in the 70s and 60s. Now they're anti-Western now. So,
Anti-Western. Huh.
So I decided what did that how did that change that? Of Iran? Because people think of Iran today as very anti-Western and all of that. And when people thought of Iran back then, they're very Western friendly. So yeah. And then I think also I think I don't think there's some channels pretty much, but very few. The Rwandan genocide. I covered that as well.
That I learned about in I believe it was a social studies class.
Oh, here's a cool thing too.
Oh yeah, do tell.
My history teacher knows the president of Rwanda.
Wait, he knows him?
He knows him, yeah.
How did this connection happen?
Oh, he told me that he talks about African history a lot. He does. He talks about genocides. He also has another thing with genocides, and he told me that I don't remember how he knew him, but I remember seeing him too in the school too. He came back in the school too, and he was talking about his experiences during the genocide.
Was he there?
Yeah, I remember he was there.
So he wasn't. Was he part of the UN and all of that, or no?
I don't think. I gotta take a look. Probably.
Or was he?
I don't know too much about him.
Did you see that movie about the Rwandan genocide?
Hotel Rwanda? No.
Hotel Rwanda? Yeah, I saw that. That's what that was.
I gotta take a look at that.
That's something.
In my list.
That's something you should see. I think if you're gonna talk about the genocide, you need to see that movie.
I need, yeah, and he has it too. He always shows it around.
Okay.
But I think that's crazy that he knew him, and I remember seeing him there too, talking to the students and explaining his experiences about at the time. So and I was like, wow. Jay said something too. It was early in 1960s Geiger counter used for small outside fallout shelter readings.
He's talking about the Geiger counter from the movie.
Yeah, from the movie. Yeah.
This was just, we'll go back to Rwanda in a sec, but this was just poor prop finding. Like they figured, oh crap, we can't find a working 20s Geiger counter. Nobody here knows how to work on one. Okay. We'll just grab one of these civil defense ones and paint it black, and away we go.
Yeah, I guess that's the only way to do it. I guess
Well, unless you found an original 20s Geiger counter. Were there Geiger counters in that's a chase question.
I don't
Were there
think
Geiger
so.
counters in the 20s?
I
I actually don't know if there
that's what
were.
I'm trying to look up now. That's why I asked you.
Also, in the trailer, they had a really fantastic neon sign in the trailer. It was for the American Radium Dial Corporation or whatever. It said AR or whatever in green neon. It would, man. I wonder. I don't know if that's like just something they must have made it for the movie, but I don't know if that was originally in the factory or is that like did they just throw that in there or I don't know. Either way, it's a really cool looking sign.
Oh yeah.
Anyways,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
I guess I can see it. I guess when I'm done with the stream, I'll check it out.
I mean, would you go in theaters and watch this movie? Would you go to the theater and watch this or no? Or is this?
I would. I
Yeah.
like to see a movie, something like that.
Yeah.
I would to see something like that.
This is
You know?
honestly just motivating me to make the
I
series
wonder
now.
if history buffs would make a movie about it, though. I mean, not make a movie.
History buffs?
History buffs.
Oh.
History buffs. He is I'm not sure if you know him, but he talks the history behind movies.
Oh, yeah, he'd probably make a if that's what he does. Yeah, probably.
Yeah. And that's what he does. And I was thinking about like he says like if they're accurate, he talks about the history behind them, and he talks about the inaccuracy about it. Like I know about the Untouchables. Like you know the Untouchables.
Refresh me on that.
It's a movie about what's that guy's name? He's the guy that chased Al Capone. I forgot that detective's name, but it's about him. And
yeah, no, I don't think
there was a scene about there was a scene about when the mobsters shipping alcohol into Canada.
Oh.
Yeah, and the Chicago police officers thought that they should get them,
Yeah.
And they teamed up with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
Yeah.
Which I think that's weird because Canada, alcohol in Canada at that time was totally legal. So why would the RCMP?
Yeah, why would we care about that? But I guess it's American law, so.
Yeah, So, like I said, I didn't knew that until he brought it up.
I believe there's a city near me, very historically orientated, which is nice. It's called Moose Jaw, and it's here in Saskatchewan.
Yeah,
and that was another key place of Al Capone's alcohol operation, bringing alcohol over here. There's tunnels under the streets, which are now a tourist attraction, which I have been into.
Right. I remember you told me that.
It's pretty awesome. If you're ever in there, you should really check out the tunnels of Moose Jaw.
I have to go take a look when I come across, because I would like to go to that part of Canada. I only went to Niagara Falls in Ontario. That's pretty much it. I never went to like the other provinces.
I mean, I can't speak for the other side of Canada, but Saskatchewan's sort of a different place than Ontario. So.
I mean, I bet there's stuff there to see.
Oh yeah, there is.
Because
there's kind of a sort of a tragedy going on here. Well, I mean, this has been going on since I believe the 80s, the 70s and 80s.
Yeah.
A lot of people. I don't know. Well, obviously, there's no possible way I can be the only one who's noticed this. There's so many small towns around the Saskatchewan area that are slowly drying up. Like they're slowly I don't know if that's because of just like these towns that were like all established in like the early 1900s. Suddenly
Right.
here they are in 2020, and they're almost gone entirely. Some of the ones like well,
Because
obviously, pardon?
the famous note to like having notorious ghost towns.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of little ghost towns in this province here. It's crazy.
That's crazy.
And I think something to do with this was because Saskatchewan is renowned for its grain elevators
Right.
here, and I think the railroad. I think well, it's not really the railroad. This is in the United States. The railway. I think the railway potentially killed some of these small towns because what they did in the 70s and 80s was they had originally for hauling grain they had a special there were modified box cars for carrying grain.
Wow.
And then
Right.
suddenly in the 70s and 80s when these things were being retired, they come up with their cylindrical grain hopper, which was too heavy for the or for the track in these small towns, and obviously it's not compatible with these grain elevators. So
Right.
suddenly all the box cars get completely taken out of commission. Where does
Right.
that leave the towns? Oh well, sorry guys, we changed our format.
Yeah.
Good luck to you.
Yeah. That's pretty much what happened.
And now these grain elevators are infested with rats and stuff like that.
That kind of makes sense.
So I think that's why there's so many little railway towns here that are just dried up
Right.
and dead or dying or dead.
I mean, I bet there's like people
There's like
like
six residents
at
in this
least like
town.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know that's crazy. That reminds me of there's a ghost town in Pennsylvania called
Mm.
Centralia. Have you heard of it?
Oh yeah, yeah, with the coal fires.
With the coal fire.
Well, that was
That
just a
kind of reminds
horrible
me of that.
accident.
Some people still live there, but the state
Yeah,
wants them to die off, so they can just
forget
claim it as a
about
ghost
this
town.
town.
I mean, it's still a
Yeah.
town. You know, people still live in it, but as soon as all those residents die off, they're gonna claim it as a ghost town now.
Who was seriously stupid enough to stay in that town? That may seem really harsh, but like why would they stick around?
I have no idea.
Like I get it, okay, historically, okay, yeah, your family was here in whenever.
Yeah.
There is a literal health hazard right under the street, and what
Right.
about sinkholes? You literally fall into the pits of hell. Is
Right.
literally under your street. Like I
Yeah.
can't figure that out.
Yeah.
Like I get it, it's historically accurate. Maybe this is the same argument. Oh, why do you buy radioactive alarm clocks?
Right.
I don't
If
like
they're
why do you do it if it's dangerous or if it can be dangerous? I guess I don't know. Oh yeah, and highlight the comment that C Porter put in there. The next one.
1904.
No, not the guy, not the Geiger. Actually, yeah, that too.
Oh yeah,
Okay, so he's
I remember reading that on this book. Hold on, let me bring the book. And I'm gonna
I'm
read Rich's too. He said something, but look at I read
or
this book.
Centralia. Jeez Louise.
Like I read this book called The Color of Time. Really good book.
Oh,
Really good book. I think
yeah.
her name is Marina Amaral. She nailed it. I really like the book. And she colorizes the old pictures.
Yeah.
Like this one, yeah, right here, like right here.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, really good. And she teamed up with a historian, and two of them did it together. And and she did a really good job. And actually, here's the thing too. I actually even tagged her on Instagram. I tagged her on Instagram saying this is a good book, and she replied.
Huh.
You
I
know,
mean, yeah, that's at least the author is, not so
so
high and mighty that they can't talk to their, so, oh, your book's great. Oh, well, thanks.
yeah, so and
Yeah.
I've learned that Geiger counters were around in 1904. I kind of really forgot about that actually.
I actually didn't know that there were Geiger counters around. And yeah, as Chase says here, yeah, they weren't really needed until the mid 40s. And then of course Centralia.
Centralia, yeah.
What a mess though. Like I mean, I suppose the story of Centralia. I don't know how. Maybe it's just because it's been told so many times over. I don't know how
5
necessarily.
people live there now.
There's 5 people in Centralia.
Yeah, 5 people that live there now. Back in 2010, it was 10 people.
Will they die off or move? I hope they moved.
I would say died off.
I mean,
Nah.
why would you stay in that town? There's nothing there. All the businesses are gone. Everybody walked out. Everyone left because there's literal health danger.
Right. I have no idea, man. I think it's just crazy.
And and Chase says here again, and get 12 million per resident. Yeah, you get a whole bunch of money. The government doesn't just say, "Oh, screw you," because you're leaving the town. They actually they give you something.
It says it right here. Hold on, let me share the screen. Like, look
All
at
right.
that. Oh, my World War One advertisement fell down.
Wow, it just fell off the wall.
Yeah, it fell off the wall.
Is that an original ad or no?
Yeah, it's original ad. Yeah, I'll show it. Hold on 1 second.
That's not good. It fell on the floor.
No, it's in a case. That's why.
Oh, okay.
It's in a plastic case. What? Juliet razors.
Would you look at that?
Yeah, from 1917.
Juliet. Wait a minute. Is that Gillette or Juliet?
Oh, that's Juliet. I mean Gillette.
Is that the same company? I actually don't know.
It's the same company, yeah.
Is that the same? Okay.
Yeah. Pretty cool. So our friend gave me that actually. So he said that, oh, you got some artifacts? I have some artifacts too. So he gave me a couple.
Oh, there's developments on Centralia here. There's developments in the chat.
But hold on. What I'm gonna show you what I'm looking at.
All right.
Like here's the population of it. Like now it's like 5, according from by 2017. It used to be 10.
I love how Silent. I don't really know the story of Silent Hill, but I know they took that sort of Centralia basis and then just upped it a whole bunch.
Yeah, pretty much.
They just made it like, yeah, that's some really crazy story, which is probably great. But I don't know. Centralia is such an unsatisfying story, really. It's just everyone got there's a massive coal fire in the abandoned mines below us.
Right.
Trying to pack up and move.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they abandoned I mean, they've been extinguishing. I mean, the fire happened in the 50s, and they decided to abandon it in the 80s.
It started in the 60s, I think.
In the 60s.
Yeah, because it wasn't I think the town's like anniversary or the centennial or whatever, and they wanted to like clean up the town or something, so they burned the garbage dump, which was right over. I think it was right over one of the original mine shafts. And of course, the fire just goes straight down there and immediately, feeds off the coal. Yeah, and then goes under the street.
Yeah.
What a pathetic story, Centralia.
I think that's how you pronounce it.
I don't even know anymore. Centralia there. It's
really? That's so cool.
Story. What is?
If you play the game Civilization 6, which I do, Centralia is actually a city name if you play as America.
Oh, I think that's when it was founded in the 1800s somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty cool. I actually never knew that because I played the game and I was like, oh, I didn't know that's...
You can be responsible for coal fire.
Coal fire.
Now you can be the man to ruin this town. Fantastic.
I mean, it's, yeah, but, there's also, like, have you heard of Bodie 2? Like, Bodie in California? Have you heard of that one?
Bodie 2? No, I have not.
Not Bodie 2, like, Bodie, like, in California.
Oh, Bodie. No, I have not heard of that.
It's been abandoned since, like, it was founded in 1876, and it was abandoned since, I think, the 50s.
Bodie, huh?
Yeah, and they still have like all the original stuff. Like as soon as people left it, and it's in
Interesting.
California. I've heard of that one
So
too.
why did this town get abandoned then? What
Used to
happened?
be a used to be a coal mining town in the
Oh, another one.
1870s. Yeah, but I think like during World War II. No, no, wrong. Because I'm trying to remember. Um, as the mining profits were very very low, and um, I'm trying to think. If not, and not, I'll put the link up. If you want to look into it. But
Huh.
yeah, it was just starting. Like the business was just starting to die down. The coal mining business in Bodie.
I mean, hey, that's why these towns in Saskatchewan, either the Canadian Pacific slash CN killed them off, or just business in general just died down, which doesn't entirely make a whole lot of sense to me because they're not mining towns; they're literally just towns on the prairie,
Right.
which should still technically exist.
Hold on. I'll show you pictures of it too. What I'm looking at.
Oh, Rich Alley One says there are a lot of abandoned towns in California, most of which are gold mine towns. Well, that makes more sense. That yeah,
Yeah, that makes more sense.
because
Yeah,
the gold rush is ended, and oh well, that's it.
that's it.
I don't know what to do with themselves.
Like I'll show
Uh,
you too. Like I would like to go here one day, and it's open to the public too. You can go there.
is that right?
Yeah.
Huh.
Hold on, let me see. Right here.
Oh, this town.
Yeah, you've heard of it?
Oh, this one. Yeah, I think I saw like a urban exploration of this or something. I remember a few years ago. Yeah, this town looks really familiar.
Yeah, and like if you go like the inside of buildings, it's like
I think this is
time
preserved though.
capsule.
It's not quite a ghost town. I think
Yeah,
don't they have like staff and stuff? Don't they? Didn't
yeah. I think
someone step up to the plate and go, "Wait a minute"?
I think the what's it called? Yeah, I think it's just preserved. You know,
Yeah,
by the looks of it, but still pretty cool.
yeah.
I like that the fact that they have like everything preserved, not really touched. It's like if you go to one of the buildings, like a time capsule. You know what I
The,
mean? Everything is like it's just left as the people like just left it.
right.
Yeah.
The thing
Oh,
I don't, I was discussing this with C Porter here, and I guess I'll bring this up here as well. During urban exploration, like I
yeah.
get it. Okay, yeah, this can quote unquote be a time capsule, but it's not like when someone goes into an abandoned house and they see, oh look, there's a something from the 50s or whatever, or from the 20s.
Yeah.
They leave it behind, and it's just
Yeah.
like I don't know if I just have an unpopular opinion here. I guess most of these urban explorers are just trendy people in their 20s who have really nothing to do with antiques or anything like that.
I
But
guess so,
but
but
like
I don't know.
I
I
can't.
mean, there's people that still own buildings, like these abandoned buildings.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't go. If you even if you just take it, I don't think they would have noticed anyway. But
Well, I don't know if that's considered stealing or not because
yeah,
if there's no property owner, then technically there's no like is that stealing?
I think
I don't want to
I
be a
think it's stealing if somebody owns it.
well, if someone owns a property, obviously, then yeah, okay. Well, I'm not gonna.
But I think if someone that doesn't own it, then I
If
guess
yeah,
you could just take it. But if
yeah,
somebody owns it, I think that's like considered stealing.
I would think so.
Yeah. Rich says I've been through that one back in the 70s
Oh,
for a sport trip. Oh wow.
right, by a four. Okay, so on a four. So
A 4x4.
he was on a. Well, I guess we call them quads, but yeah, they're four. Yeah, I guess 4x4. Huh.
Huh. You know?
Yeah, I don't get why people don't grab like if no one owns a property, okay, why don't you take some of this stuff? Like for instance, there's There's C. Porter and his quest to find an acoustic phonograph that's a tabletop. Well, I've seen Columbia Graphanolas literally in abandoned houses, just
He said,
sitting there.
"Oh,
The
Rich
roof's
said something. He said even if
oh,
the state owns it, it's stealing."
oh, is that true?
Yeah,
Oh, even if the state. Oh, okay, well, if it's a house, let's say nobody owns it, sitting in the field in the middle of nowhere.
like in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, or maybe even if it's not in the middle of nowhere.
Right. Like if somebody
Um,
owns it, like if the state owns it or something like that. If
how
the
do you know if a state owns it though? How do you know if
I guess you
one of
gotta
the
do some research. I mean, that I think that's what these urban exploration explorers do is that they do research on the
who
buildings.
who knows? Maybe they don't even. Well, actually, yeah, generally they do because they have like a history in their description
Yeah,
of what the.
they probably let like who owns it and stuff. Like I guess that's why they don't take the stuff.
Yeah, I guess if someone owns it, then you don't
You know.
you don't take anything out of there.
Yeah, and I
Oh,
think
if
like they
it's
like you know.
oh, here we go. Here's the clarification, and here's why people don't take things here. Rakali 21 says if it's abandoned, the state takes control of it.
Ah, okay.
So that's why no one takes anything.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Okay.
Thing is, I still don't want to steal stuff. Like even if they won't take care of it, or I don't want to be, the guy going in. Oh, look, I'm
Yeah.
a thief. As my grandma
Like,
would say, I'm a
like I
thief.
saw like some urban exploration videos too, and I was like, oh man, those are old messages from the 50s, you know?
Yeah,
And I was like, and you just want to grab it.
you want to go through the screen and grab it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Like, oh man, like if I was there, holy crap. But I wouldn't at
Troy
the
would be
same
going to
time,
town.
no,
Troy
I
would be
would,
just going to town on this place.
you know,
Well, yeah.
I wouldn't do that, but yeah, but that's the answer right there.
That's the answer.
Yeah, that's
That's
the
the
answer.
no one takes it on camera. That's an even better point.
Yeah,
No one takes it on camera. Yeah, that's an even better point there. You're right. How would we know if they grab something?
you're right.
Yeah, that's right. They don't just grab it in front of their audience.
Probably they do. Probably they do grab it, maybe off
Well,
camera.
not on camera though.
Not on camera, but they probably do it on camera.
They probably. I wonder
I
what
mean,
they.
then again, you wouldn't resist. I mean, like, I don't think no one would notice. Like, if you just like take like one issue, you know.
Even if you grab the whole stack and no one know. I mean, I don't want to. I still don't want to like steal something
Right,
or someone's.
right. So, so
Whoops.
you had a 1968 Toyota Land Cruiser. Oh wow, I've seen one out actually. Those are pretty cool.
Wait, is that yours or does the state own it? No, I'm just kidding. Does that is that was that your Land Cruiser? Toyota Land Cruiser? Was that yours? I assume so.
I assume so.
I hope
mean,
so.
I've seen one of them. I know a guy. I think I saw it in the car show once.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's pretty
Toyota
cool.
Land Cruiser, huh?
Yeah. Um. So
I'm getting Discord messages.
But
Okay, there we go.
if you couldn't like in Newark, I don't live too far from Newark, and we have a bunch of abandoned buildings there.
What do you suppose? What sort of buildings were those? Like factories and stuff?
Factories. We have a lot of factories here. Even the cemeteries are abandoned. Stadiums. There's one stadium that's abandoned. There's abandoned theaters. It's like
Right.
Detroit, but in New York.
I mean,
in the East Coast.
I brought this up earlier when I was talking to some guys in the GRC, but I got absolutely no reaction or any sort of no one even reacted to what I was saying. So I guess I'll say it now. Hoping there's some sort of reaction. Like, what are your thoughts on like? He mentioned his 1968 Toyota Land Cruiser. What do
Right.
you guys think of Japanese and Chinese imports coming into the U.S. in the 50s and 60s and like 70s? Like they killed the industry in the United States and Canada
Pretty much.
and North America. Like they kind of ruined it. No, they're
Pretty
not
much.
kind
Yeah.
of. They did ruin it.
Oh
I
yeah.
mean, what happened to what the heck's it called? Was that
Pack-
it's in Detroit? It's in Detroit. It might be the Pack. Is it the abandoned Packard factory?
Yeah. Matter of fact, the bridge for the Packard factory
Yeah.
just collapsed. Recently collapsed.
Oh, couldn't you walk through there? I thought you could go in there and walk through
I
there.
think you can go in there, yeah.
I mean, the
But yeah,
poor Packard.
Packard, a lot of American car industries for Detroit. After since the imports, yeah, pretty much just killed the American car industry.
Well, not only the American car industry, but basically everything else. Like I know a guy who lives in Illinois. It's the I think it's called the Standard Hardware Manufacturing Company. The factory is just sitting abandoned in his town, and all the molds and things for their various hardware and like nails and stuff, all the molds, they just hucked them out back. They just hucked them out back to factory. And
Huh.
the guy I know went back there, and I think he took one of them. He took one of the molds or something like that.
Right.
Anyway, all these like American industry and what happened? Well, I don't know. They freaking ruined it. If you ask me, I'm not being. I listen. I have nothing against Asia or anything like that.
Right.
It's
I
just
mean,
some racist thing. I'm just
I
saying.
like Japanese cars myself.
Oh, see, there you go.
I like I really like Japanese cars myself. I really do like other older cars for imports. Hell, even my neighbor, he has like collections of like Mercedes Benzes, like old Mercedes Benzes
Oh, is that right?
from 1958 to now, actually.
58 to now. Wow.
Yeah.
What's he gonna as a wise man once said? What's he gonna do with all those?
Yeah, I see him driving them through town once in a while. Yeah, no, actually, yeah, I see him driving them in town.
I'd like to see that one from 1958.
I want to see it.
Anyways,
Hold on, I have a picture of it.
Ricali21 is back again with another point here. Keep in mind that at the time we had a major gas shortage, and those cars were not great from. Oh wait, are you talking about the Japanese cars or the American cars? I don't know.
I think he's talking about American cars, but it's also with Japanese cars.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, just if you think about that way with the what was that called in the 70s? The oil, yeah, the oil crisis.
The oil crisis. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess
So
that I actually know. Actually, Troy, if you want to make a video on that because I know nothing about that.
I will.
If you're gonna make a video on something, make it on that.
I will. And there was actually a lot of countries that were affected by it too. And yeah,
Isn't that how the compact car came in and whatnot? Isn't that all? Here we go again with Ricali. What imports were small motors, much better for gas mileage. Okay, he's saying
it makes sense. Yeah.
Foreign motors were better for gas mileage. But still, if you're not talking about like cars though, like just American, I don't know, you swing by the hardware department at Home Depot or whatever.
Right.
Oh look, there's a tool that was made in Japan, and look, there's an American tool desperately trying to compete with it that somehow survived till today. I'm not just talking about cars, guys. I'm talking about literally everything. I'm talking about furniture, all your appliances, washer and dryer. Everything.
I think so. Yeah, everything.
Home electronics, even though America was like, there wasn't really much of a home electronic. Like I get it.
Same with like all of our industry, not just with China, pretty much.
Yeah, it all went to China, which kind of sucks. It doesn't.
I think it makes sense because like I've heard that Mao Zedong, the communist leader.
Yeah.
China at that time was very isolationist and didn't want to be with anybody.
Right.
And I guess when he died, things was just changing a bit, and I guess they wanted, and that's America decided to, wanted, Man, I sound really dumb for that, to be honest. But
Maybe you should make a video on all these on Chinese imports and stuff, Troy.
yeah, like why? Yeah, I think so too. I'll write it down too because like that's also a good video to do.
I know I know I'm the guy always talking about clocks on these streams, but
Oh,
I
it's
know
all right, man.
starting in 1951, West Clock suddenly started to get kind of alarmed because get it? Alarmed because they make alarm clocks. Get it?
Right.
They got alarmed. West Clock got alarmed.
Go less
I'll
clocks.
be here all week, guys. Okay. Anyway, starting in 51, they got sort of alarmed because suddenly, what is this? All these Chinese, German, and Swiss imports are coming into the country. Apparently, according to I don't know, the big West Clock book that I ended up buying,
Yeah.
Chinese, German, and Swiss workers were able to be paid way less than American ones were. So they were able to put out, I don't know if it's a greater quantity or whatever, but
They started doing that.
yeah, the prices or the wages for a German clockmaker were way less than one for one in America or Canada. So
Huh.
anyway, all these imports basically invaded the country. Well, started invading, and I think I don't know who it was that went to the government. Basically, all of American industry suddenly cried out to the government, "Hey, can you give us a hand here, or put some restrictions on imports or something?"
Right.
Actually, I think they
And
did
that just pretty much just
originally.
messed up West clocks, right?
No, they did. Well, not only did they kill the clock industry in general, they screwed up all sorts of American companies, like I don't know, the hardware store companies and Sears stuff, and like I'm talking about Sears Craftsman, where
Right.
Sears has a separate tool company a separate company called Craftsman, which makes tools. And
Right.
now instead of being based in America, I think their factory is based in Japan somewhere.
I mean,
So,
Sears is about to. It's
well,
on its way out.
Sears in itself. Oh man, this was so sad. On my birthday in 2017, Sears announced they'd be leaving Canada.
What?
Saddest on
Wow.
my birthday. On my birthday. Happy birthday, Greg. Sears is gone.
Yeah.
I still have a pair.
Wow.
I still have a
Because
pair.
my cousin works there, and he said they're closed now.
Are they seriously?
He even told me that it was his last day.
Man, oh man.
Wow, you know what I'm saying? And like Sears used to be like this place where it has
Everything.
everything, man.
Yeah.
Even like house kits, like in the 1900s.
Yeah, they had the Sears house kit, which sadly wasn't legal after the 20s or whatever. But
Right.
yeah, they had their entire they gave actually I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know if Craftsman was around in the 20s, but I wouldn't be surprised if the hammers and stuff they gave you, because they gave you the tools to put the house together. I wouldn't be
Right.
surprised if those were Craftsman tools or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I got a couple of stuff of my grandpa's tools that says Sears in them too.
Well, if they say Craftsman on them, they're Sears.
Yeah. Yep. I have multiple SSS Craftsman. They're from Sears.
That's a Sears company, which
But
still is selling here in Canada. I don't know about the U.S. It probably is, but
probably is. Yeah.
so anyway,
Rich says that we depend on China for electronics, which was in almost everything: dishwashers, washers, dryers, and all car parts for electronics.
I suppose America could have made that themselves, though. Could they have not? Could they have not come up with? Or I don't know. It all like stacks up on top of, like, let's say there was no crazy imports that, or all these imports, didn't come in. Let's say everything just stuck with American products.
Right.
Well, would electronics be the way they are today, or was America just not capable, or just, I don't know, they didn't have the right people to do it?
Import stuff from China.
Yeah, or no, if China didn't import stuff here, or let's say they started to, and then America's like, nope, and then they just blocked them out completely.
That's a good question. I wonder how it would be.
How electronics would be. That's interesting.
That's also a good question. That's really a good question.
Because a lot of cheap crap comes from China, because it's cheap. That's how that all happened.
Yeah, I guess it was just for.
And American companies got really desperate with the way things, like, they see, oh crap, China is stealing our market. They are stealing our customers. They are taking everything. We gotta lower prices, guys. There's no. So of course America turned into cheap crap stuff too, because
Right.
they couldn't compete with this
Right.
because they had no sales. Because
Right. They had no sales.
and I'm surprised the U.S. government didn't step in and do something. Like
Right.
you'd think they would have done something.
Right. Yeah. Man, I don't know.
It's sad. Oh, China was taxed harder, and this is from Macaulay 21 here again. China was taxed harder and had other import fees that still beat America out for electron. Okay, so maybe America just wasn't. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't capable of doing. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyways, a quick little statement on Craftsman tools. I got a
You
pair of
have some, by
pliers.
the way?
What?
Have some?
Yeah, my I needed a pair of pliers for a very specific job, and I needed to modify this pair of pliers for said specific job.
Right.
So me and my granddad, after driving around the city all day looking for this pair of pliers, which we didn't find, we just said, okay, we're just gonna go to the hardware store, grab a pair of pliers, and what I needed the grips of the pliers to be like, I needed a pair of pliers that had no grips on them.
Right.
So what you do is you just take a normal pair of pliers with grips on it, just take a file and just file them off. It's not very hard.
Right.
So anyway, we went to the hardware department. I don't know, maybe it was Home Depot. No, it was called Home Hardware, which is still a store in the city here. Yeah, Home. I don't know if it's a thing in the U.S. Home
I don't think so.
Hardware.
I never heard of it.
Okay, well, anyway, we went there.
Lowe's, but I never heard of that.
We got Lowe's here too, and Home
Yeah.
Depot. But anyway, we got this pair of pliers, filed the grips off. They work great for the job that I needed them for. I don't know. They seem to be fine tools. I don't know. Maybe in 5 years they'll turn to crap. I don't know. Or maybe they'll just stop working in 5 years. I don't know. The reason I bring all this up to begin with is because there was this guy called Rock Island in 1903 who works on gramophones, and he has a lot of old tools. Which I get it. Yeah, you can use old tools; they still work.
You use old
But
tools
he was
for, like, gramophones.
he was ridiculing new tools though. That's because he said they're all from China, all they're total crap. I don't know. They seem though at least.
Yeah, I remember my grandfather was complaining about them too.
Was he really?
Yeah, about it too. About like.
Oh, do tell.
I remember like you bought some new tools.
Yeah.
Because he had to work on something, and he just didn't really like them because how crappy they were. How crappy they were because it was made in China.
Yeah.
So he just didn't really like it. That's why sometimes even when my uncle has arguments with him, and you should get a new thing, like you should get like a new refrigerator or a new stove, or and the stove that I use, it's been there since the house was built.
So it's been there since '64.
Yeah.
If you could take a picture of your fridge and send it to me, I'd really like to see I'm sorry, your stove. I'd really like to see that.
Well,
not right now, but I'd like to see
that. From like the early '70s, but
I like old appliances. I don't collect them, but I like the looks of them.
I like the looks of them, yeah. And my grandfather has been taking care of it for 30 years.
And then we have Ricali 21 here is being very active in the discussion. Thank you, Ricali, for watching the stream.
Yeah, for watching the stream, yeah.
This isn't my channel, but anyway.
Says I have a full box full of Craftsman tools. Even the tools as Craftsman, they had a lifetime warranty. They're from 1960.
Oh, good old Craftsman. Oh, that would be. I would think at that time they'd still be made in the U.S. in 1960. Because 1960, I consider everything from 1950 to 1963 as the 50s, basically.
Right.
It more or less is. I know it's a new decade, but like it more or less is the 50s. I mean, there was no real mentality change until like 64. So, anyways, I Yeah, Craftsman tools. I mean, yeah, there's nothing like don't. I think you probably know this, Callie. Yeah, don't throw them out. You can still use those, and they're
You can still
perfectly
use them.
fine. Yeah, they're perfectly fine, and as long as you take care of them, they should last you. And yeah, they have a lifetime warranty on them. So
Yeah.
even if they do get screwed up, yeah, you're fine because you got a lifetime warranty. I wonder where you'd even. I guess I've never really filed a warranty before, so I shouldn't ask a stupid question. Oh, where do you go to get this warranty or whatever? I don't know.
Right.
Anyways,
Because I even have like a book that I found in my grandfather's bookcase,
yeah.
and it was a library book, and it's from. And I looked at it, and it's like 1970, and he never brought the book since then. So
You never brought it back.
I did brought it back, and he
Oh, you
said
did bring it.
bring it back, and he says it's not in our system.
The
I
book
was like,
thief from the local library.
yeah,
Oh man,
he just the book, so I was like, you can keep it. So I just, all right, I
you can
kept it.
keep it.
I put it back in the shelf.
What was the book?
I'm trying to remember. Uh,
You threw it out? No, I'm just kidding.
I didn't throw it out. No, it's still in the bookcase.
Okay.
I think it was a It was a I forgot what the book was about. I think it was a it was a kid's book. He read it for I bet he read it for one of Toby's nephews.
Mm.
You know,
Okay.
yeah.
Love it. He completely forgot it. Never brought it.
For the
Well,
pack, yeah.
probably because it's a kid's book, they didn't think it was that big of a deal.
Didn't think it was big of a deal, right? So, but I just thought it was interesting.
That's pretty funny, actually, that he never brought that back.
Yeah,
Maybe the book was very near and dear to him. I don't know.
yeah. I think he got some other library books too. One is from of Toby too.
Steals books from the library.
Yeah, Toby haven't brought it back since 1960. You know, I was like, I remember looking at his bookshelf, and I was like, what is this book? And I remember I had
Got the
Toby,
library sticker on it.
and I saw the library sticker, and it said it's due to 1960.
I love that. I love that. That he's.
So Toby haven't brought the book back since 1960.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty good. I like that.
Yeah, it's fine. I got some old library books there. I guess Toby just forgot to bring them back.
Man, oh man. Well, oh, that's good.
Yeah. So, Greg, you mind if you read the comments while I go? I'm gonna go
Sure.
get this back.
Wait, what? You're doing what now?
I'm gonna go get something to eat and come back.
All right.
Mind if you can read the comments? You
Yeah,
can see the
sure.
comments, right?
I'll take over your show.
Yeah, take over.
Well, away he goes. There goes Troy. Off to go get I don't know what he's getting. Anyways, welcome to the Greg Ola 20 podcast ripoff. I better invite all my people here to completely destroy the show, and we'll have a good. No, we're not gonna do that. Who's in the comments here? What have we got? There's another comment from Macali21 about Sears. Here we go. Remember, Sears goes back to I think the 1860s, maybe 1870s, and was a staple in every store in the world. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, guys. I honestly, I should have honestly taken the break. I should have gotten a glass of water or something. My throat's dry. 1860s, maybe 1870s was a staple in every store in the old West days, and you could order out of the Sears book. Yes, you could order out of the Sears book. In fact, at a flea market I went to last November, they had some Sears catalogs from the 90s. Not the 1890s, but the 90s. Good old, huh? I mean, to be honest, I guess since Sears is the subject of discussion here, I guess I'll talk about Sears. I remember going to Sears, going there. I didn't find the store particularly interesting. They had clothes there. I'm not part of the real vintage clothing scene, even though I like history. I don't know. I don't really need to be part of the vintage clothing scene. Although I do I do comb my hair to the side like a kind of 50s haircut. But anyway, I don't know. It wasn't that particularly interesting. You go to Sears. Oh yeah, there's clothes. Actually, was that? Let me just think here for a second. I haven't gone to Sears since 2017 when it closed. So I have to take a second to remember what the heck was actually at Sears. I think the Sears in the mall that I went to was just the clothing department. Oh, here we go. Ricali21 says I have one of them. It's from the 1890s. Is that an original? Is that an original catalog, or is that one of the reproductions? Because I know they make reproductions of the Sears catalogs, which is great. You can see what the heck's what. And of course, Ricali asks again, can I ask how old you are if you're older than 18? I'm 17. I'm turning 18 this year. So I don't have I don't have the fondest memories of Sears and the way it all went, because by the time I was around, the company was in serious decline.
Right.
Actually, here's a piece
Actually
of
hard
irony.
to get for that time too.
What?
Like, yeah.
Wait,
They're
what?
either expensive, you know.
Wait, what was hard to get? Sorry, Troy. Can you restart? I completely missed what you started saying now.
Like original Sears catalogs, like from like the 1900s and 90s.
Oh well, yeah. I mean, everyone threw them out. That's why it's hard to get them, because there was no well, there's not, like what? Oh, it's just a catalog for a store. Fuck it out.
I mean, obviously. I mean, like I said,
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to get across one. I mean, I found one from 1937. That means on my list.
Yeah.
But I want to get something that's before 1970 at least.
I mean,
And that's what everybody
you
has.
might as well. I mean, I can't say I love the 70s. A, because of manufacturing went downhill, and just B, I don't know. I think it's literally just because of manufacturing.
I think so too. I mean, like I said, it's top of my list because I kind of like looking at those old
Yeah, you like things. Oh, here we go. C. Porter says again, all I ever saw from Sear, it was a spelling mistake, I know. All I ever saw from Sears when it was still around was a 2-story clothing store, Sears in the mall. Yeah, I don't remember the Sears of my childhood selling appliances or anything like that.
Me either.
C. Porter says again, all apart from a bit of sports equipment that they themselves made. Okay, I didn't see sports equipment either. And then Ricali says here again, just trying to understand your version of what is old for the 1900s. I'm in my 60s. Wait, like you're trying to ask what we think is old? Like are you talking about where a kid goes, oh look, that's 20 years old. Oh, that's ancient. What's old for me anyway? I don't know about you, Troy. What's old for me? Oh, here we go. The music and concerts were the best in the end of the 1960s and 70s. Okay, well, what's old for me? Probably something the mid. I don't know. I'd say if it's like before 1970, then I'd say it's old.
Me too.
Honestly,
yeah.
For me, I don't really like the 70s and 80s and 90s. I'm this may be an unpopular opinion. I like the early 60s and down. I like the way things were made. I really love the music from the early 60s and down. So that was back to 1920. Yeah, I don't think Ricali's that old. He's not from the maybe he is from the 20s. I don't know. I haven't looked at your channel yet. I don't know what's old for
the 60s.
What?
He says he's in the 60s.
Oh, he's in his okay. Well, basically the stuff from your childhood I really like. So the 1950s. I think. Oh, here we go. Here's C. Porter here again. Oh, Ricali says once again, just like you said, the 70s was an issue for you, but you were not. Yeah, good point. I wasn't there.
Good. Yeah, he has a good point.
That's a good point.
There either.
I wasn't there. I can't say the 70s was I don't know. I just don't. What do I not like about the 70s? Well, this may be a total insult to your some of your fondest memories, and I'm sorry if it is. I don't know. I just compared to the 50s, and I can't say I was, I can't say, oh man, the 50s were perfect. No era was perfect. The 70s probably,
Right.
well, I know it for a fact the 70s had things the 50s didn't have, like such as literally, in Canada's case, at least for my grandparents, they didn't get a proper indoor bathroom until like 19, I don't know, I think it was literally 1960 when they got in proper indoor bath. Or was that plumbing? Now
Wow.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it was plumbing or a proper bath. I don't know. I'd have to ask them again. I might be
Probably
seeing them
plumbing.
tomorrow. So okay. Anyway, yeah. I don't know. The 70s comparing them to what I know of the 50s and collecting antiques from the 50s and stuff like that. I like, for instance, I work with alarm clocks and stuff. Alarm clocks from the 1950s and 60s, well, early 60s and down, those are repairable and are user friendly. Clocks from the 70s and up are not user friendly and they're really cheap crap from China.
Right.
So that's why I'm not a particular fan of the 70s. But here we go again. Oh, here, I better not skip what everyone's saying. You know what, Troy? Can you handle the show? I desperately need a glass of water here. I'm
Sure.
dying over here. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, and Seaport does. Chase really has a really good point. That you know, I'm a '78 collector. Um, Chase is a '78. Seaport is a '78 collector. Greg is a '78 collector. We're just like we're used to seeing like stuff only as like the 1900s and 1910s. Um, and he's right. Like no era is perfect. You know what I mean? It's so. Um, So, I don't know. You gotta talk to Greg. I like muscle cars from that time, but you really gotta talk to Greg about it. You'll come back. But I'm most of seeing like a lot of stuff, and plus I grew up with a grandpa that is like that's really old fashioned. So I'm used to seeing like hearing music from different eras or like hearing music, from like the '40s and he did like Frank Sinatra from the '50s. I'm also used to hearing him, even though the game Mafia 2 pretty much changed my life. But I'm kind of used to seeing that because he's an old fashioned dude. So you can call me old as well, because I like using older things, and you know, I just think, you know. So, but yeah, I mean, we have to hear Greg's important. Why you? I mean, I like the '70s because I like the style of it. I don't know why. I don't know. I just like the nostalgia of it. But I'm gonna hear Greg of why he um, don't like the seven. It said the '70s. I also collected a 70 RPM. I have quite a few after the '30s. Oh yeah, I think you told me that, Rich. I think you did. Except Warsaw. A matter of fact, Warsaw. That I'm not sure if he's still on, but that video of Denmark, it was really amazing. I really did enjoy it. I'm not sure if did I stop to you. I'm pretty sure I did.
Okay, I'm all refreshed now. How about what's cooking here?
So you're just trying to figure out like why you don't like the '70s. So I mean,
Why I don't like the
Rich
70s
says
or what?
that Rich says that that's funny because muscle cars were mostly from 1968 to '76.
Okay, so wait, did you read what C. Porter said?
Yeah, I did
Okay,
read
so
it.
yeah,
And
well,
we're used to seeing stuff that old.
Yeah, I mean, we're at this point, like, we're not your typical group of teens. I can tell you that. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah.
Um, I'm honestly just on a side note here. I was thinking about this when I was downstairs. I remind myself of my uncle. His name's Uncle Warren, who will talk your ear off about. Holy crap, he's so into history. And once he trapped my brother in a conversation where he couldn't get a word in, and I was sitting off to the side making comments about this. Like I'm just saying, oh, like he's talking about like how penicillin was invented, and this guy has nothing to do with history. You know,
Right.
typical teen, nothing to do with history. And he's stuck in this conversation which he can't get out of. And my grandparents are sitting over at the other side of the room, and they're just smirking because they know he's stuck in this conversation he can't get out of. I don't. I hope that isn't like that for you, Troy, where you're stuck in a conversation.
Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah.
Anyway, so I just remind myself of
Yeah.
how he
We're
talked.
not like the typical teenagers that you know
Anyways,
that you would think. You know what I mean?
yeah, we're. I mean, I repair clocks for one thing, so that's why. Like for the 70s, the early 70s actually seemed to be decent years for like, or actually the very last good years of the Western Clock Manufacturing Company, aka West Clock. Anyway, let's read these. Let's read these comments here. So yeah, C Porter says, yeah, we're used to seeing stuff as early as the 1910s, and
Right.
then Ricali goes, he's in the early 60s, and then he says again, what's funny is most muscle cars are mostly from 1968 to 1976. I don't really like muscle cars. I can't say I like muscle cars. I like the
Right.
Ford Fairlane from like the 50s and stuff. I like 50s cars. I know they're terrible for gas mileage,
Right.
but I love the designs of those cars.
Right. Me too.
The 50s, the early 60s and down.
And Rich says he collected 78 records.
That's interesting. He says he says I collected 78. Mostly few. Oh, mostly after the 1930s. Okay.
Okay.
And then it's been years since he got into it. And then Chase asks, really, what bands and labels do you like?
Right.
And Ricali says, it's been years since I got into them, but musicals and top bands. I'm having a stroke here. But musicals and top bands, and really were all okay. So his family was throwing him out.
Oh no.
Oh no, that's a double oh no right there.
Yeah.
I mean, like for records I'd potentially throw out is the ironically from the 50s, but these are country records that post World War II. Generally, they're on the Columbia label and they're red.
Not into them.
They're country records. Nobody's into them. I asked the local jukebox repairman, who I have somewhat befriended here,
Yeah.
which is great because I'd love to get parts off of him and get to know the guy. He oh, what the hell? What was I saying now? I'm sorry, just got completely lost. What was I saying? I really am like my uncle. Let me see. Oh yeah, the country records from the 50s. I would consider throwing them out. I haven't thrown any out yet, but like it's just crap. Well, actually, I shouldn't say any music's crap because I like early 50s pop music, which for a lot of 78 collectors, they don't like them.
Right.
They don't like early 50s pop, and like I don't just like early 50s pop, but that's one of the things I do like, and usually that stuff would get thrown out.
Right. Yeah.
I don't want to be judge, jury, and executioner for some records that I don't particularly like.
Right.
So
Have you
just
tried
because I don't like them doesn't
nobody
mean.
didn't want them either?
Yeah, well, yeah, the local jukebox repairman, he didn't want them. I actually asked him if, since he sells 78s and 45s, I asked him, hey, do you want me to be sort of a scout for you when I'm 78 hunting? Hey, is there anything I can get you? Or
Right.
anything like that. And he said no, he's getting out of the hobby, so. Or he's not getting out, he's slowing down.
It's just slowing. I guess because like people don't come up to a shop and just purchase 78s, right?
Actually, he operates out of his basement,
Oh,
and
okay.
he has a website too. His basement's big. It's a big basement.
Because my friend Brett is starting to sell 78s.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
As like he's buying them and then selling them.
Yeah, he buys them and sells them. Yeah. You
Who
know
in
where
the,
I get the
who in
newspaper?
the,
Well, he's one
I
of
thought there was a store in your city or in your town.
well, what? Wait, what? Which secret?
I thought there was a store in your town you're buying newspapers from.
No. I purchased them online because, to be honest, Greg, we really don't have anything here.
Oh yeah.
It
I
wasn't.
mean,
It really wasn't back then where almost everything was here.
see, like, okay, there's another thing for you. Why is your town suddenly like where did everything go?
Like
Why
why?
did it stop? Yeah, why?
Why?
Yeah,
So like back in in the okay, so back in the 50s, I still even have pictures of Toby's nephews in the amusement park. We used to have an amusement park. Like if you go all the way downtown
yeah,
of Bayonne, we
yeah.
have um we have amusement park. And
Mhm.
I don't remember the history behind what happened to the amusement park. I kind of forget it, you know.
Mhm.
Um, so that started to close down. We used to have 4 movie theaters here.
4. Wow, that's
Yeah,
pretty good.
we got the DeWitt,
Yeah,
which that closed down, and they knocked it down, and now it's a shop, right?
yeah.
That's been there since the 20s, the DeWitt Theater. We used to have the Lyceum Theater,
Mhm.
a couple opera houses,
Hmm.
and that's that. And they've closed down. Matter of fact, the last movie theater in Bayonne was Frank's Theater, and that recently closed down.
Jeez.
You know, and what also like um, there used to be an antique store here too, here in
Yeah.
Bayonne. That closed down. Now it's a restaurant. So it's really there's really nothing to do here. I mean, I go to my friend, what's his name, Joe. He has his own store. It's called Victor's Comics, and he pretty much has not just he sells comics, but he sells everything.
Oh, is that right?
He sells like random stuff. So
So
I,
it's
I
sort of
gotta
like an
ask
antique
if he
store.
has 78s, but what?
So it's sort of like an antique store.
Pretty much, you could say it that way.
I mean, there's the old story, Troy, where I went to that comic book store, which was only marketed to sell LPs and comics. I go down there and I asked for 78s. The guy says he has none. I looked around the store and I find a box that he completely forgot about. So
Huh?
I ended up getting 28 78s for $10.
Wow,
78 Quest Episode 2.
man. I
So,
really then I have to watch it.
well, you don't have to watch it, Troy. You don't
Hmm.
have to, but I'm just saying, that's what
Right.
I did make a video on it. But anyway,
Because I like seriously, like I gotta ask Joe if he has. I think he would. You
well,
know.
if he says he doesn't, I mean, you can look around, but like if it's a store with a whole bunch of nooks and crannies that are,
I mostly saw LPs, but I could see that he has 78s in
oh,
there.
there's probably 78 somewhere in there.
Yeah. So, all right, yeah. So
Hmm.
I gotta check them out. If not, I've heard there's a record store um in Staten Island that I can go to.
Hmm.
So I gotta see if they have some. Because
Yeah.
I went to the record store in Jersey City, and they didn't sell 78. They even had a close to 78. I looked the whole store. I purchased a couple of 45s there though, but
Oh, is that right?
yeah, because they had 45s, but most of the stuff that they had is LPs and 45s. So I looked at there's other record stores around me, and there's one in Staten Island, and um they actually opened the Bayonne Bridge for people that can walk. Back then
Right.
you could walk, but I remember when I was a kid you couldn't walk.
Huh.
Now you can walk from Bayonne to Staten Island now.
That's pretty good.
So that's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's what I want to do.
Huh. This really has been quite the discussion, especially the chat's having it almost its own discussion here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
So let's go on the top here and see what Rich says. So Rich says, I'm a hoarder. There's very little I have not collect.
have you got any West Clock alarm clocks or dollar watches, dollar pocket watches, or anything like that?
I bet he has because
I wouldn't be surprised. They're not hard to find. Yeah.
I bet he does because Rich, man, he has a lot of stuff. I went to live with him multiple times, and he has a lot of stuff. He can like spend you hours just showing you what he has. He has a bunch of stuff.
Hmm.
Um,
And then of course C Porter says, yeah, he cuts off 78s at 500. I don't know what my cutoff is, Troy. I know you're brand new to the whole 78 thing.
Right.
I'm happy you've joined us. Happy you've joined the union here, the union of 78s.
so 78.
I don't know what I don't know if you have a cut. I mean, you're very new to the. I think you have like under 20 right now. Or how many have you got?
I think over. Yeah, I got 25.
Oh, you got okay. You got 25. Well, that's a good start.
Yeah, I got 25s, including the 45s and the 78s. So I have like 25 together.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not half bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
To start with, 25. Even if you started with one,
Right.
it's still.
Because I'm just happy I founded those 78s.
I mean, hey, my grandparents, I got the same sort of thing as you. Well, except I was shown them. You weren't. You had to find them yourself. I was actually shown them. So, and I was allowed to take them.
Rich has over 378s.
I mean, that's pretty. I mean, I know how you can get that many, but it takes a while, but you can get there.
Wow, but you can get that. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, of course, C. Porter says, I know a couple of coin collectors. Not really my thing. Got a few coins from the 10s and 40s. I just gave away my coins. I'm sorry, guys. I gave them to my. Actually, I probably shouldn't have done that now. That was probably a mistake. But I don't know how I would have given them to you guys here anyway.
Right.
With the whole shipping costs and it's just a headache.
Right.
I guess you're gonna love this, Troy. I ended up giving him to my brother's girlfriend, who is very, I don't know, not really a serious coin collector, but just kind of likes cool coins.
Okay.
You sounded very disappointed.
No, I'm not disappointed. I mean,
Yeah, I guess I don't know how smart of an idea that was. Now thinking, hey, you know what? I still have all my pennies. Kept all the pennies.
I mean, like, I would give it someone that's like into it. You know what I mean? Like, if you're not into it, like, I suggest if you still won't give it into it. Like if I gave it to my cousin, it wouldn't make sense. Because I remember for a birthday gift, my friend's birthday gift. My friend's from Algeria.
Yep.
And he wasn't really interested in coins, but he liked history.
Yeah.
So I decided I have Algerian money from when it was part of France.
Oh, okay.
I think from 1930, I believe. So I decided to give it to him, for his birthday.
Yeah.
Because I don't want it. So I gave it to him, and he was happy. He's like, "Oh man, you shouldn't give me this." So I was like, "Man, you need it, man. It's for you. It's for your heritage, man."
Yeah.
And he showed it to his grandpa too. He told me, and he said he was shocked that he had it in his hands because he's like, "I remember that money.
Yeah.
So I kind of make him happy. So.
Well, it's good to make someone that age nostalgic. It's sort of it's interesting to see how they react because it's so familiar, and here it is all these years later. It's still here.
Right.
Most of which a lot of these people, and this is getting to the point, like even within in the 1990s and stuff like that. It was a different time, and since most of these people aren't like historians or they don't really care about museums or whatever, they just kind of go on with their life. Things change. Okay, you forget about that. But then, yeah, I can see why he's so shocked because he himself probably isn't the historian.
Right.
And then he sees that and he's like, "Whoa, look at that!"
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, let's keep up with the chat here. The chat's
chat here.
the chat's going. The chat's
It's
just
going crazy. Like they're having their
going
whole
down.
conversation now.
I guess they just gave up on us or something. I don't know.
It does have clocks, West clocks.
Bert and Ernie over here.
Ernie's
Yeah.
not.
Oh, yes, my clocks are from the 1930s and wind up. Ooh. So wait, are they West clocks specifically? Like, did they say West clock on the dial, or I don't know. I'm probably pestering the guy. Hey, what kind of clocks you got in your collection? But anyway, yeah, there was he says not that many. No, well, that's fine. You don't need to own 8,000 West clocks.
Right.
in your bed. Hey, you got to leave some for the rest of us, you know. Okay.
Hector.
Oh, Hector's here. Oh,
I'm gonna send the
the
link.
man himself. Yeah, that's the guy you were telling me about with the console
Yeah,
stereo with the Magnavox.
That's Hector. That's. Oh, let me send the link so he can come up if he wants to. Because
All right.
Because
Don't
talking about this Magnavox.
Troy, don't say anything with the link. Just post the link because I had trouble clicking on it because you said like actual words with the link.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just send the link itself. Don't say anything with it.
Okay.
I had a problem with that. And then I'm gonna keep up with the chat here. C Porter has 300 over 300. Yeah, that sounds about right. And then he says he has over 100. Okay. And then Ricali here, I have over 200,000 US pennies. I mean, hey, it's your thing. It's your thing.
That's awesome.
Hector shows up. Hector
he
shows up. Hello, Hector. And then of course there's a Ricali. The big greeting.
We're gonna bring Hector on.
We're gonna bring the Hector on.
Gentlemen, how are you?
Hello.
How are you?
Good, and you?
Fine, you? Hi, Troy. How you doing?
How you doing? I'm doing good, Hector. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing well. Just doing some paperwork and getting rid of some papers and got my 2 supplies today. I was talking to Rich earlier by commenting in that I got a few things to organize my computer, my coins that I've got. Right now it's in 3 different places. Right now I've got it condensed to 2. And once I get all these coins organized, I should be able to have other things out of the way and more organized. I know what my inventory is and all that.
Right.
Huh.
I'm looking at your avatar.
So wait a minute. How many coins do you have, Hector?
Well, I restarted. I started when I was a Boy Scout and I was going for my merit badge, but my dad was collecting since the 1930s.
That's a pretty good. Oh, that's a good start.
Yeah, he was into model airplanes, the old balsa wood with the frame, the drawings on the paper, and he was into card collecting. He collected coins for the United States and for Mexico.
Holy.
He was just into a lot of different things, like I am now. I guess he was influence on me on that part. And then that's why my channel is called Hector's Interest in Coins. And it's supposed to be Hector's interest and in coins, and I left one word out, but it was like a play in tongue in cheek, so I just kept my name there like that because I have so many interests that I can't list them. But I'm into almost every channel you can think of. I go to a lot of different places, but right now my focus is on coins. But then I got history. I'm a teacher, so I'm always.
Wait, a history teacher or just teacher?
Actually, I've been told I should get my degree in history because my focus is between the Civil War, World War II, and the 60s in Vietnam, in that time era.
Oh, okay.
Because I lived through most of the Cold War.
Right.
Right.
So I have a broad interest.
Wait, so Troy was telling me earlier that you have a Magnavox console stereo that doesn't work?
It works, it powers up, but the voice crackles, the armature, the comes over with the needle, come down and play the record.
Yeah.
It doesn't quite measure correctly if it's a 45 or a 78 or a 33 and a third.
Yeah.
The speakers are awesome. I mean, I've plugged in directly to the auxiliary unit on it, and I played, regular stuff, from a radio like that, and it does come through pretty good. But the radio seems like it's probably crackling because of maybe a short here or there, or one of the transistor diodes or whatever it's inside is crackling, and the volume is kind of on the low side, even when I turn it up all the way.
I'm gonna tell you right now. I don't know if Troy told you about me that I got my console working.
Oh, really?
I don't know how much. Troy, did you tell him about me or what?
Yeah, I told you. Remember, Hector? I told you about Greg, right?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
That was just. I gotta admit, that was just the record changer itself was all gummed up, so it wasn't anything electronically wrong with it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, if I can get the record player going. As a matter of fact, Coin Hunter is he had a tech shop for 15 years.
Is that right?
Yeah. So he knows how to read schematics. He knows the values and the ohms, and we went through my color TV, my flat screen TV, 55-inch. We went through it and we diagnosed what was wrong with it. So I'm going to order it this week if the board's still available, which is still, but I'm trying to figure out if that's just it. But he says pretty sure it's probably that main board that's on there. So if I get that one done, he's also good on small engine repairs. Like I've got a couple of weed eaters that are gas powered that are heavy duty for the ranch, which I'm also a hobbyist in ranching and fencing and welding and automotive restoration and all that kind of stuff. So I'm trying to hit everything I can because I'm going to be retiring maybe this year or maybe not. I'm a teacher, so I'm off summer, so I have a lot of projects I can fulfill, and I'm off during the winter, so I can have more time to do that.
You're definitely going to be busy. I can tell you that right now.
Well, I'm not a person who likes to sit around.
Right.
I can see that. I admire that actually. That you can, you got a whole bunch of different things going on. That's pretty good.
So Troy, we can do a live stream later on. I can, go over to. I have a internet connection over there too at my dad's place, and if we can do a live stream and let you listen to it while I'm trying to get it to work or run, and see how that goes. Maybe one of these days we'll plan it out so that way you'll have time, I'll have a time.
Yeah, the three of us.
Yeah.
I mean,
Troy and I have been talking for how long now, Troy? About 4 or 5 months now.
I think so. Yeah, I remember how I met you. I met when you came up with Georgia String.
Oh, we even gone through history periods because my dad was in World War II, and
he was a veteran of that.
Yes, that's his patch right there. As a matter of fact, I use his vision patch for his memorial because he's been gone 2 years now. But I use that to memorialize him, and also because I'm a history buff, that I use his division patch. Besides his two other brothers that are also in the World War II. One was in the Philippines, just north of him. And then my other uncle, he was stationed in, well, they don't call it stationed. He was service in England. So he was there for the B-2 rockets and all that.
Did the other two meet up at all during the war? Or no?
I have a funny story though to tell you. There was 5 guys that came into the place where my dad was staying at the high school, and they walked in the door and they said, "Hey, let's go sign up." They all said they could all sign up, but all of them backed out, and because they're all 17 and they wouldn't recruit them until they're 17 and a half, or they get their parents' permission to sign. Well, they couldn't get their parents to sign, and they were underage, so they had to wait another year. A year later, after boot camp, which is June of 1944, he arrives at one of the islands, and there was a guy that I worked with 50, 60 years later. His name was Benny, and you can hear he has a very distinctive sound. He was like 5'2", very small person, but he had a very large persona, and my dad was going to the latrine, and he heard a familiar voice. The way he talks, it was almost like, shouting, but he was a braggadocious at the time.
I know guys like that.
He walked to the latrine, And he walks in and he goes, Benny, Adolf, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? Well, what do you think I'm doing? I'm sitting down. And there was like a play on jokes and everything, but they're 5,000 miles away from California and they meet each other on a small island. And he was in the Navy and my dad was in the Army.
That's insane that they met up during that.
Oh,
That's
no.
crazy.
And there was more. There was more people that he met. I can't tell you all the stories because there's so many of them.
Right.
In my family, we're kind of like oral history people, but I kind of verify it. Just, by who we met, who we talked to, and a lot of my dad's generation, I knew them all. Like there's a history teacher, he already retired from the high school, and he would do books every year in a class project was every student, 100 and I don't know how many students he had, 150 students. They each had to get a veteran from World War. For my niece, did my dad for her project, and she did a history on him. And then there's volumes and volumes of books that's being done on World War II history classes, but it was mostly because of family and people that didn't have family in it. They would go to the local VFW or DAV, and they would find in veterans, and they would interview, and they would publish a book at the end of the year.
Hector, that's great that you know so much about your family's history during the Second World War. I don't think any of mine were in the Second World War. I know they were in the First World War, but not the Second.
So was my grandfather.
Oh, is that right? Huh.
Yeah, he was also.
That's good.
And after he didn't go into service. He was drafted.
Oh, he was drafted.
And because the family obligations that he was already married and had children, they put him on delayed entry. And by the time that he was going to go, the war was over. So he went to Mexico, and then he got drafted over there with Pancho Villa, and he fought against Black Jack Pershing.
Huh.
Wait. So when he was in California, so he got drafted, but the war was over. But he went back to Mexico and fought for Pancho Villa.
No, he wasn't asked to. He was told to.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah.
Hector, you live in Mexico then?
No, I'm in California.
Okay.
I'm a third generation American.
Oh, okay.
Your family's Mexican, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your
Yes.
family's Mexican, right? Yeah.
Right. And my grandfather's been here since he was 11.
Okay, I see.
And my great grandfather is even buried here in the same gravesite as my grandfather. We're an old family here in town.
Well, that's
Oh, okay.
I can see that. That's good
Right.
though.
That's interesting. I mean, my grandpa, during the Second World War, all I know is that he didn't really fight in the war. He was pretty much like in boot camp most of the time, and he was a photographer as well. He took picture of like the soldiers training and all the stuff that was going on. I mean, that's pretty much all I knew. And then they came back in 48. So so that's all I knew. But his brother fought the war all the way from Operation Torch while they're invading in North Africa, all the way to like the Battle of the Bulge.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
It's funny because my dad and his brothers would talk about boot camp, who was in their service with them, who died in the service while they were overseas, but they never told anything about combat. That's the one thing I noticed that, all my dad's brothers, because there were 6 of them, they all went to the service up to Vietnam. But I've never heard really people who talk about their experience that were in a battle, this and that. Most of them that talk like that probably weren't. And this is my dad's experience of telling me he was never there. I don't know if Dad, I can't say he did or not. And then when I go to the VA hospital, I was taking my dad there, I get a lot of stories from the guy sitting next to me, waiting in the office for my dad to get out of this appointment. And there's a lot of guys there, they're willing to talk about where they were at, where'd they go, where they did their training. And that was it. They never really talked about anything they did in the war, but they talked about going to the war.
I mean,
Right.
my local handyman's dad was in the Second World War, and he made the whole thing sound like you could basically write a sitcom off of the Second World War. It was like college for him, basically. And according to my local handyman, he found that incredibly odd that his dad would talk about World War II like it was this great time because he had all these. I guess he had all these buddies there in boot camp or wherever he was. I don't know if he did serve. He actually was in combat, but I don't know. He never brought that up.
I would speculate. This is only my observation of my dad talking to. Well, my grandson's father was a combat medic in Afghanistan and Iraq for 6 years out of his 8 years in the Navy, but he was attached to the U.S. Marine Corps platoon where he was their medic. Mm-hmm. And it's funny because my dad would talk to him like, okay, they're friends. And when we first met, it's because they had something in common, Yeah. And my dad would talk about, it was fun going through boot camp. Yeah, it was fun getting on leave. Yeah, it was good to have your friends with you when you went overseas. But after that, there's a dark side to it that they don't speak of too much.
Right.
Well, I guess who really wants to talk about that? I mean, it was pretty bad.
It's pretty bad, yeah. I mean, as soon as my grandfather told me that as soon as his brother came back, he did not spoke every word about it.
They don't talk about it.
He never talked a word about it. And I remember that he told me that I remember the time that when he was married to his first wife, Georgia, he called him up and say, "Hey, you wanna come to the beach, with us?" And he as soon as he said the word beach, he wouldn't come over because he fought in D-Day in Omaha.
Okay. Yeah. He obviously saw something.
Yeah.
Well, Rich, I like Rich's. When I talked one night, we talked. Oh my goodness, we talked to 7.5 hours. We started at 9, and we didn't finish until about 7.5 hours later.
It wouldn't be my first time either.
Oh my goodness. And he has a mind like he's a woodworker. He's a photographer. He's related to certain people, and there's not a subject that I don't like, and there's very few. But with people that I've contacted through here, I would have never met, like Troy. I mean, he is a history buff. I'm a teacher that likes to see students teach themselves. They research. They do the correct way of answering a question that is based on fact and not on speculation. And Rich is the same way. I mean, talking with him, look, if I don't know something, I'm interested. Woodworking is like one of the things I would like to do. Car restoration. He's in the cars that he's owned before. He was into racing. But every person on here, I only see Richard, and I haven't seen here. C. Porter's here. Okay, I'm trying to see what the subjects they were talking about. Oh, I love Sears. I love Sears.
Yeah.
We were talking about Sears. We were talking about 78. We were talking about a lot of stuff.
We were even talking about clocks there too.
Yeah,
I like collecting watches. I've got about 30 wristwatches.
Wristwatches
No, I also have 3 pocket watches. I have my dad's railroad. My grandfather's. It sounds funny, but I just like it. It's an imitation railroad, and it's made.
Rich is here.
It's 1960s. Who's here?
Yep, Rich.
Yeah. I answered him a little while ago. There he is.
Does said imitation railroad watch say West Clock on the front or on the dial anywhere?
It says Timex.
Oh, it's Timex. Okay, I'm a clock guy, so.
Oh, good.
He mostly collects West clocks.
Yeah, that's my specialty.
Oh, was it you, Troy, that you and I were talking about to someone? Was it George at Found It Buried?
Yeah.
When he was trying to melt down some gold.
No, that was not George. That was Kevin.
Oh, Kevin, yeah, Hubbard, right. Thank you for reminding me. And I started looking up, under Elgin, these watches were $18.99, and he wanted to melt them down.
What?
Yep. Yeah.
That's total lunacy right there.
I told him it's probably more than the gold it contains, and I wasn't sure, but I just I try to convince him, please don't melt them down, please.
Yeah.
Did he
We
go
were
through with
trying our
that?
best trying to convince them.
You know, Sunman, Troy, do you know if he did or not?
I gotta ask him.
Wait,
I
wasn't
connect so
George
many streams.
wasn't George like the guy you were talking about when this whole thing started?
Yeah.
Is that the same George? Okay.
Yes, Tim George.
Oh my goodness, I was almost crying when he said he's gonna melt them down.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like destroying antiques. I don't care what it is.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Me neither.
I was like Troy when I was his age. I remember, you know, people throwing things away, and there's a friend of mine, and I swear to you, if I get a chance and he gives me permission to do so, I have a friend who has been collecting since before high school, and his dad was even more so. He has a warehouse that's 80 feet wide and 120 feet long and 24 feet tall at the apex of the roof. And in there, he has a 1964 Pony Mustang bucket seat hardtop sedan.
Huh.
He has a Morgan, mini Morgans. He has Coopers from the 1950s. He has a 1955 Jaguar. He has radios. He cleans up. He used to work for HUD, where he has a construction company. He would rehabilitate some housing and work there. But he would find things like Tonka toys, candlestick, telephones, jukebox, Wurlitzers.
Yeah, that guy has everything.
The stuff that got left behind.
Yeah, and he's also got Coca-Cola crates in the 1930s and 40s.
Holy crap!
He's got one
That's pretty good.
That's about 4 feet. It's on a pallet. On a pallet, 4 feet by 6 feet, and it just tons of Coca-Cola and Pepsi and Hires. Ever heard of Hires root beer?
Yep.
He's got those. Hello, Rich. Welcome to the panel.
Yes. Hello, Rich.
Hey, Rich.
Hello. Just grabbing a few things here.
Rich has got some really, see, to me, I like old photographs, and Rich has
Yeah.
got one of the best ones I've seen. And mostly, I'm not sure, but for most part, he knows who they are family-wise, but not. Is it true that, Rich, you know everybody's name on those pictures, or some not?
About 85%, but 10,000 of them are before 1900.
That to me is amazing.
Yeah.
Huh.
I only got
Wow.
like 3, I mean, the only photographs I have is like old pictures of like my family, and I have like 3 before 1900. I mean, I don't know the people, but my art teacher gave them to me because I like history. So,
I mean,
what did you say, Greg?
I was gonna say my grandma's photograph collection recently surfaced, and there's stuff from about 1939 to 2000 and I think 16.
Wow.
It's a pretty good collection. We haven't gone through the whole thing yet, but I went through part of it. But there's a lot of really nice pictures from the 50s, which I was happy to see. There's also one of her general store, which she used to own, who was apparently a Royal Crown Cola and Zenith dealer.
Oh my goodness.
Zenith. This store was located. I don't know, Hector, if you were here for the whole small town of abandonment debate. I don't know if you were here. I don't know how long you've been watching the stream for. Did you just show up, kind of?
About the time you saw me, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway.
We were talking about Saskatchewan and how like Saskatchewan has like
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of abandoned towns.
abandoned towns. Yeah.
Or getting there pretty close. Anyway, her store originally was located in what's a little town called Hendon, which is completely dead now. I think there's like 2 residents or whatever. Anyway, there's a picture of her store being lifted up it's about to be lifted up out of the ground and placed onto a back of a semi truck where it was going to be taken to another little town called Rose Valley. So anyway, there's a picture of the store. I think it's up on braces or something like that. It's not in the ground, but it's not on the back of the truck either. I don't know entirely what's going on, but anyway, it's the only surviving picture of the storefront from what I know of.
And you have it, right?
Yeah, I do have it. Yeah, I do have it. After a long time trying to figure out what this store looked like, I finally know. Troy, I think oh no, I didn't DM you that. I don't have it on hand, but anyway,
Well,
it was nice to stay with that.
I've shown some of my pictures for the family that owns some dealerships. For Northern California, they were the first and only in the area for Harley Davidson and Indian. I've got pictures of my family riding all the original motorbikes.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, some of them extremely valuable and rare, and they were just letting the kids ride them, and pretty neat stuff. My uncle or great uncle actually won a Cadillac dealership because he raced a Cadillac from about Central California down to Mexico and back and won the race. And they gave him a dealership and a bunch of cars. And
holy.
Oh,
yeah. They started doing the Harley Davidson and Indian motorcycle races and got into a lot of that. But yeah, as far as family history stuff goes, I've got so much written history and photographs proving everything. It's really fun to have everything really well locked down. The town of Napa Valley in California, where all the grapes are grown for the wines, my family basically owned that town before it turned into a state.
Huh.
So,
that's pretty good. That's really good right there.
That's interesting.
Yeah, just 1 acre of land on the mountainside is worth $1 million because of the grapes that they grow here.
Oh.
And yeah, my family would have had buku bucks, but of course, once it turned into a state, they came up with an illegal tax and stole the land. And actually, Davy Crockett shot my great-great-grandfather and killed him. And
what?
I didn't know that.
Wait, what?
Say it again, there, Rich.
Davy, well, let's see if I'm getting it right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Davy Crockett. I'm pretty sure I talked to you about this before.
Davy Crockett killed your great grandpa?
Yeah, because this was right when the Bear Flag Revolt was happening, when they were fighting against Mexico,
Right.
state of California, and they were trying to get across San Pablo Bay, just out of San Francisco Bay, and they captured him and his 2 nephews that were twin 12-year-olds, and they shot the grandfather and then tried to steal his land. There's actually an article about the president of Mexico saying that he went and visited the rancho, and it was the best in all the Californias, which was New Mexico, Texas, parts of Nevada. Pretty cool to
Crazy.
have stuff like that. I've got neat things like I've got family trees written by some of my great-great-great-grandfather or a great-great-grandfather in 1850. And he talks about his 3 wives and his 17 children and names them all by name and their birth dates. And it's all handwritten. I've shown that a few times on here. And I've got tons of stuff like that. I've got so much history and all the way photos back to the 1850s.
Right.
And, yeah, I've got a lot of tintype albums, and it's really cool. I've got Civil War photos of the family members and pretty neat stuff. I'm also a book collector, so I've got one of the books that was printed just a couple years after the war, and on every page there's pictures of death, and it's horrible. The book gives you a glimpse of what the Civil War was like, and rivers of blood coming out of the pastures, the water all going bad in the ponds and lake areas because of so much blood, animals everywhere, all bloated, and it's disgusting and sad.
Right.
But pretty neat information if you're a history person, because it's true raw history. I mean, point blank.
Raw is right.
And I want to see how many families interconnect because of the history of the past. You know, that's my interest also, is how did we all get to this place, and what was the decisions made by our family members
Exactly.
to get
Matter
here?
of fact, I had that issue, Hector. I told my grandma about it, and I said, you gotta stop and think. Without Tobia coming into our life, if you never ever met my grandfather's second wife, because that hired she's the one that hired my grandmother to take care of her aunt. So, if she hadn't did that at all, right, I wouldn't even met my grandfather.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
after when she passed away, my grandpa wanted to marry my grandmother. So, without her without Toby hiring my grandmother, I would never met him at all. And I'll be
Well,
totally
here's the other thing too that I noticed, that how history is intertwined with other families, even though they have never met,
Yeah.
or I should say they share the same history and the same decisions. Because a lot of these things that happen, like people going westward, young man, when they said back in the gold rush days, or manifest destiny, and all the progress with California, all this. I have a grandfather. I asked my mom; she's 88 years old, and I asked her, "Is it true that her grandfather was killed in a mine accident in Jerome, Arizona?" And she says that's what they tell her when she was a young girl. And so I'm trying to find out from the mining, Arizona mining registry. They didn't list people who died in the mines.
I mean,
The only,
it,
and the
I
only way
mean-
you can find that out is probably going to the work records.
oh, so they did record. Okay, so they did record their employees then, or however.
Only because somebody saved the employment books. If
Oh,
they had
okay.
destroyed them, there would have been no way of finding out. And I still have to search thousands and thousands of pages, over I don't know how many years, and so many, because they're not sure what mine he died in. They're not sure. They know that the last letter they received from him was dated June of 1912, before Arizona was even a state.
right.
Huh.
So it's interesting to investigate. I like that part. And I'm also asking Richard a lot about 1816. Nice.
We're looking
1816.
at your coins. I know we're not commenting on them, but we are looking at them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1816. Wow.
That's remarkable that even like exists still. Like
That's
that just
cool.
you asked me earlier, Rich, what I thought was old. Yeah, that is definitely old.
Yeah,
1803.
1803. It's about $400 in this condition.
$400, yeah. Well, I think I find it so ironic that money, like the actual physical coin itself, is now worth way more than its original value, which was whatever it was, 1 cent or whatever. I currently can't see what you're.
Well,
What is
well,
that?
not necessarily old, but even some modern coins. Like, hey, Rich, tell them about the double ear you found.
Oh, it was 1980, 86, I believe, double ear Lincoln cent. And it was pretty good grade. It was like MS65 red. And it was part of a collection I had bought for about $140, and I sold it for $150.
Oh,
Just the one.
not bad profit there.
Yeah, and it was a real clear double ear. But hey, Hector, I just bought something that I'm really excited about. I just bought 140 error coin or varieties, Lincolns, all mounted and named in some old Capital Plastic holders.
Really?
Yeah, from Michael Kittle. Oh my gosh, I got a great deal, but well, he got the best deal, but still, I'd have paid the amount happily that he mentioned. And the coins are all marked what type of errors and or varieties and what stages they were in. So for some of them, he has like 5 and 6 different stages of the same variety. It's just where the dye changed through the, through them updating it, and the errors through the dye tearing. And so pretty neat stuff.
Wow, that sounds very interesting.
Yeah.
It's like the other day I couldn't find it, but my mom would sew. She was a seamstress when we were kids growing up. That was her sideline for bringing extra money in the house, because in those days most women didn't work outside the house.
Right.
And so she made a pretty good living being a seamstress and all. And there was a radio she used to have. It was a Zenith from the
Zenith.
Yeah, Zenith from the 1950s. And I found it because she had put it away, or someone had put it away in a place where, you wouldn't think to go and look for it. And I found it, and I plugged it in, and it smoked, so I pulled it out real quick. Yeah.
Oh.
So I saved it, but even if I don't get it fixed, it's a nice little piece. It's, sentimental value, all the same thing. But you see, these are the kind of things that I don't get a chance to talk to within my family, because they find it all not interested in by any means. And with, Richard, what do you got there? Victoria, Britannia.
Where you get English penny, a British penny?
Love the hair detail.
Yep, that's a British penny. I got a bunch of those.
1866. Wow.
Holy.
Oh, I went through my wife's collection. She went to Europe in high school, and they closed the house out after her parents passed away. So they were cleaning the house out to sell the property. And they found, I don't know, I found about, all of us together, we found them in coffee cans. We found them in pockets and jackets. We found them in drawers with little canisters. We found them all over the house. And they came out to almost like $400. And one of the pennies that I found was from England. It was 1902. It was King Henry
No, it was King Edward VIII. King Edward VIII.
It's Edward. It was 1902. Are you sure?
That would be King Edward VIII if he ruled Britain.
Oh, okay.
From 1901 to 1910.
I have one, but I found several coins that were French. They were German. Like the other day, I just received a 1944 10 Pfennig from one of my.
Right, you told me you got one.
Yeah, it was a Third Reich coin. That to me is history. At first I thought that's no. I thought different ways about it, but now I'm going to consider it as history.
What is that?
Ribbons.
Now,
Federal labor.
I have the centerpiece. It has just fallen out.
American Federation of Labor.
Well, how old is that? It looks like a 19th century item.
Yeah, it's probably 30s. So
Oh,
I got a whole bunch of this kind of stuff, and different families that ended up with quite a few, and I ended up with their items and that kind of thing. So some of it's pretty cool.
wow.
Funny how the families don't really seem to want most of this stuff.
Oh, believe me.
Like you'd think.
Yeah, I hear that more and more. I guess it depends on how you perceive things from your family, what your parents, valued. And because, my dad had a lot of stuff that wasn't worth anything. I mean, it wasn't antiques. It wasn't this or that, with a value. But he cherished them. I mean, here's one thing that I thought was kind of morbid, but he has 4 stacks. You know how you have those memorial cards when you go to a wake or to a funeral, they pass them out to you?
Yeah.
He's got over 1,000. And I start putting them in books. And about all the people, it was my grandma, grandpa, it was my dad's brothers, his sisters, his friends from work, his acquaintances. And there was I was showing it to one of my
like what? Like collected though?
he stacked them in a rubber band. He put them all together, and he has them in in his side. What do you call those side dressers or side
Night
nightstand?
table or yeah.
Yeah,
No,
nightstand.
It's cabinet cards. They're
You
like
know, I'm not familiar with the term cabinet cards, but we call them memoriales. They're like, you know, it has the saint on the front and the back says their date of birth and their passing. It tells about the prayer. You know, it's more of a, I guess, a Catholic thing more than anything else. But it's like in English I would say it's like a little memoriam, a memorial.
the cabinet cards is the photo stock that they used to print them on.
Uh-huh.
And they're like 3.5 by 7 inches or 8 inches. Is that about the size?
No, it's more like 2 by 3, smaller.
Okay, the little ones.
Yeah.
Cool.
But he's got them all the way from the 1940s. I even came across one where he told me about a person. His name was Richard Cervantes. My dad went to the service, came back, but he didn't graduate from high school because he joined early in World War II. And he didn't come home until 46. And in January, they went to the prom, and one of his best buddies who lived in the same neighborhood got killed with his girlfriend and another pair of people in the back. He told me the story a long time ago, but I never came across it until I started going through the California Digital Newspaper collection, and I found the person because he was one of the pallbearers. And I did a search on my dad's name, and it came up 1946 June that he was a pallbearer.
Wow.
It sounds like he's been to a lot of funerals.
Well, it's it's kind of funny you say that because I took my dad to a lot of his buddies' funerals. Most of them World War II veterans or distant cousins I'd never met before. And he collected every one of them. And then I started putting pieces together. Oh, that's how we're related, because even when I was barely married, I was 24, 25, and I told my dad I would go hey, I'm leaving for town. I'm going to be in this area. And he goes, oh, you should go see your cousins this and your deal this or your deal that. And I'm going, Dad, I never met him. How can I just walk on the door and
Right.
say I'm Adolf's son? And, you know, they said, no, they're family. It doesn't matter. And
Okay.
I thought that was odd, but, you know, it came out to be true. I went to TJ one time, and I told my dad I was going to TJ. And he says, hey, go look at Margarito. You go to this certain corner, you take it right on this certain corner, and you go to the left, and it's the third place. I said, Dad, but that was years ago. You've been there. You may have moved already. No. He's still there. So sure enough, I went down there. I met him. I couldn't. He said, no, you're relatives. And he spoke English really well, and I spoke Spanish, you know, very well too. But he got together. That is a nice coin. Oh my God.
What is that plastic container that it's in called?
Airtight.
Oh, airtight. Oh, airtight. Okay. And that is to prevent what?
It's for long-term storage.
Oh, okay.
I'm assuming airtight, Richard, means that it's also you can build in it's like a vacuum to it.
Almost. Yeah,
Almost.
they're not making them quite as good as they used to. In fact, this is the first time I've noticed that they've got a ridge and there's some more stuff going on. But that might be so they'll fit into certain albums that they're starting to make now. I'm not sure. I need to call the company and ask.
I know
it's in really good condition for 1903. I mean, just look at that.
Yeah.
Where do you suppose that was all these years? Like in someone's like
Actually,
safety deposit box?
Tell you exactly where it was. I'm into postcards too, and bought a 1903 New Year's postcard. They had a little envelope in it, and inside that envelope was this coin.
Really?
That must have been the most incredible score.
Oh,
Yeah.
I've actually had a lot of them. I've been pretty lucky, but I'm a very honest person, so I called the guy up and told him about it just to make sure he didn't have more of the cards, which he didn't. But he ended up being an Indian head collector, so he was pretty frustrated by it. And then I offered him like 175, I think, at the time. This was
For
like
that?
6 or 7 years ago. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
about $300 to $400 now. But yeah, he said half would work, and I paid him half for it. And I've done that. Like this coin right here was in the World Silver coin bin. I paid a couple dollars for that one. Went back and paid another $75 to $100 for that one, which was half at the time years ago.
Well, Greg, I just bought a penny book that was dated from 1909 all the way to 1940, and it's all full except for two dates: the 1914 D and the 1909 SVDB.
Cool.
The two coins that are probably the most sought after. But I got it for $87, and I think I got a good deal. My wife says $87 for a bunch of pennies.
Isn't that everybody though? Like,
Yeah, the
Yeah.
thing is, Rich could give me a $1 million coin, and I could say his knowledge is more valuable, because to me, knowledge is priceless. And
right.
Hector.
That's,
well,
that's
Rich,
way to be.
you are the man. I mean, how many times have we talked into the wee hours of the night, and we have not stopped because of boredom or lack of interest? I mean,
That's true.
We
Yeah.
can
But I have to admit, a lot of my knowledge is by failures. So, I've
make teacher.
learned by
Well,
hard
yeah.
knocks a lot of the time.
So that's why I like my different interests, because it will teach me something that I don't know anything about. Like if I throw a paper dollar and it says silver certificate on the top of it, before anything else, I'm teaching other people to do the same thing. And my wife will find something. My son will find something. My mother-in-law
Right.
went live. She gave me a $20 bill that was dated 1928 from the Richmond Bank. And I mean, it's got holes in it, but it's still worth more than $20. It's not
that
in
right?
great condition, but to me,
Yeah.
it's just knowing the history of it, how it was produced, why it was produced, why it didn't have a different bank, why it was, the colors are different. I mean, it's just a whole bunch of stuff that it keeps me preoccupied.
Hector, I don't mean to delve like into your personal life here or something like that. We don't need to have this as some episode of Young and the Restless or something like that. But how does your wife react to your collection of coins and other things?
Well, I'll give you an example. She was waiting in line at the bank, and there was an older gentleman, probably in his late 70s, who was carrying a bunch of rolled coins in his hand. And my wife says, my husband collects coins. Would you mind if I buy them for you so that we don't have to wait in line? And I know you're probably getting tired standing here. And so she got $20 worth of coins. It was mostly pennies, nickels. And I came home, and I must have filled at least 15 or 16 coins in my album. So she supports me that way. I'm buying my coins. I'm buying supplies. As a matter of fact, I just spent $100 in supplies and just came in today. And I'm ordering another $61 for 2x2 sheets, and also for my collection of dollar bills. That's going to be in there. And she figures, hey, saving money. I can get $100 worth of coins, let's say nickels, and I take back 97 of it, or 98, I should say. I only keep what I find is valuable. So when she sees me keeping $2 and I'm sending back 98,
Right.
it's a good way of saving. 1, 2, learning about the coins. 3, if you do come across, a war nickel or even pennies. I mean, I found a 1918 a few weeks ago.
On like a bankroll?
Yeah, in a penny box, $25 worth.
Wow.
Oh, I like those blue seal ones.
How old was that certificate, Rich? The one in the back. That must be something from the 19th century. It looks like. Yep.
Oh, the Black Eagle.
1899 silver certificate.
Wow.
Wow, that's just there's no other words. I mean, that's in incredible shape
Yeah.
for its age.
Yeah, and look, this one's really cool. This is 1853, I think. 1860.
Did you see what C. Porter says? He says,
3
"You
cents.
guys are still going."
3 cents. Yeah, C. Porter. Yeah. Instead of having us talk to Ricali and Hector through the chat, they ended up stepping up and going into the actual podcast itself. So yeah, this is still going.
Because it's just still going on.
It's still going.
Yeah.
Hector, you sound like the type of history teacher that would not make a history lesson sound dull, because our school has this disease where where the history teacher doesn't know. I don't know. She thinks she might have some idea, but literally I can point out things that are wrong
Well,
with.
not to brag on myself, but there was a class I had taken over because the teacher had gotten ill, and they covered my class because I coach baseball in the afternoons, so they covered me there. So I walked in the class and they were doing World War II, and they were doing Normandy, beachhead in Omaha, and and they sort of like weren't interested. And I told them, well, I knew people who went to that war.
Yeah.
Some teachers don't have that connection between history and the real person who went to war or went to the civil rights marches. I'm old enough to remember John Kennedy being shot, and I left school because we went across the street to pray for him. And I went to private Catholic school, and so when we came back out after we finished the mass, he had already died, and by that time, our parents were picking us up. So those are the kind of things that history isn't, for me, something that happens in the past. It happened to me during the time that.
During the time, right?
Yeah.
During your life, yeah.
See, I like those. See, hey, Rich, I bought
I like the back. I mean, look at that.
One. Funny how a dollar bill, I don't know how ornate the American dollar bill is these days. I live in Canada, so I don't know. How is it like, is it sort of the same? Wait, did they change it at all?
Oh, yeah.
Does it still look
Yeah.
the same?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mostly the seal. The seals changed colors, and
They're
the
gold.
lettering changed quite a bit, and where it was placed. But for
Yeah.
the most part, borders and stuff are fairly close, except for that one.
Yeah, that's different.
I'm trying to see what C. Porter is. C. Porter, are you the one with the
C. Porter, I'll tell you about C. Porter, because as you have, Hector, I've talked to C. Porter sometimes all night about various
Me too.
topics. C. Porter is a guy with the 78s. So am I.
Ah,
Yeah, he's the 78. I have two channels. That Greg Ola Record Show and Greg Ola Productions.
I subscribe to him because my dad played a lot of 78s. I grew up on songs like Glenn Miller, Tommy Dorsey, Duke Ellington, Muddy Waters. He wouldn't allow us to have that's a green one. I like that one.
He wouldn't allow rock and roll.
He wouldn't. He didn't like, because we played Mexican music, we played mariachis, boleros, rancheras,
Yeah.
and Xavier Cugat and Perez Prado, like that. And we listened to it because my aunt, my godmother, bought me a little transistor radio, and I still have it from the 1960s.
Mhm.
It's a RCA with a single earpiece, and it only has.
Oh, okay.
So I used to listen to all that music when I was a kid. Wow.
Wow. That's
Hey,
all
Rich,
you're right, Rich?
Rick,
It even has a
you
zipper.
today too?
He
I
has
bought.
like a whole bag of.
Yeah, I've got another one too full.
Baby.
I've been doing this for so long.
Oh,
Yeah, Rich
matter of fact,
is
how long did you
collect-
collect coins?
Yeah, Hector, you beat all of us
Beat you in what?
in when he started.
Oh no,
Yeah.
that's because I'm older than Rich too. But he's been consistent over the years. I've
Wow.
intermittent, and I used to hate cash. The reason was because I used to be a retail manager, store manager, and I used to do the deposits. And it was not unheard of me to count, $100,000 in bills, or when I started working for large corporations, it was closer to, 5 days a week in the cash office, just counting money and verifying. So I got tired of money.
Right.
But you started collecting it.
Well, I started collecting when I was 13, 12.
Maybe it was the off. I find that funny though. You don't like cash and he goes and.
Well, that's
It's
because
not-
I didn't know the
Yeah,
value so
yeah.
much. It was a job, That
Yeah.
was the only
Yeah.
thing. But other than that, I could spot a coin just by the way it looks or sounds now, or even then. But even looking at a bill, I can go through bundles of 100, and I just flip them through, and I can tell just by the edge, looking at the edge, if it's either an older bill or a new bill, or it's a different denomination, or even the design. Right away, you
Right.
pick it up because it's almost like a movie. You know how you do? Remember when you were a kid in school that you used to draw little animations, and then you would flip them to the book?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's how I would check, coins, not coins, bills.
Okay, I see.
Let's see, Porter says something.
Oh, see Porter.
Because I mean, R&R is good. The early stuff,
The early
Yes.
rock and roll.
early rock and roll, yeah, is good. The early stuff is, but good for you growing up on 78s. Hector,
even-
he's talking about you,
That's
Hector.
addressed to you, Hector.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, thank you. Even now, with Rich's old time photographs, and I like sometimes watching movies from the turn of the century or a little after that, 1920s, the original films. And now they
Right.
got films synced to better, I should say, motion in the picture, so it doesn't look like it's missing something. They're able to replicate certain scenes and make it like a flow, like missing frames are missing, and they can actually use
Oh.
computer animation in
Yeah.
order to fix the film. Yeah.
Man, this has been quite the discussion, guys. Thank you.
Yeah,
This has been going.
I enjoyed it. I'm enjoying it too. It's a really nice.
And we're still live here on YouTube. I see.
Yeah, we're
this
still
is
live on here
this is
now.
Still happening. 16 likes. We're going good.
Yeah, almost 20 actually. Wow.
And here's some of the old letters. Oh, actually, this is
What is that, Rich?
that. Let me raise the camera. This
Like I
is
said,
Really?
Rich got
the thing I was telling you about.
what'd you say? Letters?
This is a family tree.
Oh, the family tree. Yeah, that looks ancient.
Handwritten and has a real old tape,
Yeah,
I don't know if
Scotch
it's-
tape turned yellow.
glued tape or what, but it was done in the 1860. Early 1860s. So last
That
it
was
was
written in 1860?
too, yeah.
1862. Would you look at that? Wow.
So, and this is showing his 3 different wives and his 17 children.
Wow. See, I tell you, you can talk to Rich for hours because Greg, he has awesome stuff.
I see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's I'm gonna, not that anyone here does this, but I'm gonna say it here anyway. I see the coin community here on YouTube, which I can't say I'm in, but I've just kind of discovered that this is a thing through you, Troy, and then of course Hector and Ricali here and everyone. Don't take, and I'm not saying you guys do this, don't take this very vibrant coin community here on YouTube for granted, because over on the clock side of things, we're not doing so well. Comments are very few and far between.
Right. they
Viewership
are.
is few and far between because no one wants to see a 6-part series, or actually no, more than 6-part series of me working on some Westblock product.
I
And
would.
that thank you, Hector. Yeah, but not everyone wants to see that, and that doesn't just go for Westclock. That goes for really any clock channel that does clock servicing in multiple parts, because there's no way you can get it all done in one day in one 3-hour long video. So anyway, yeah, it seems like viewership over here is just kind of crap. It's compared to what you guys have. Like-
I have to say with Richard myself, I can't speak for Richard, but I've heard him comment that the coin community is one of the best communities, and I have to agree with that myself, because I started as a novice years ago, and I wasn't ever treated once that I didn't know my stuff. Yeah, they told me that is incorrect, and they were politely really respectful, and they would tell me things that I should know, and they're very helpful and very generous. I mean, I've got things without even knowing if they're on their way. I got 2 books from Sheldon that were 20th century albums to fill, which I'm almost done. But I wanted to give my grandkids 2 books filled with 20th century, but even though they weren't born in that year, but he said, oh, I wanted to give something for my kids for them to hang on, and it starts from 1900 all the way through their birth year, and there's a coin, and it was sent without me. I just mentioned it, and I should never mention anything more again, because I seem to get more generosity from the people in this community and help, especially the knowledge which I find priceless. That I get this from people I hardly ever know, and all of a sudden people are talking to me about this. As I give you an example, one of the coins that I was part of giving away was a 1909 SVDB, and 25 channels joined. Richard, you were one of them. I was one, and 23 other, including Michael Kittle. We gave him the money to purchase this one coin to cover the cost of it, and it was $1,000 coin, an extra fine 40, so it's a grade. And we try to get more subscribers, and meeting new people, and it was really interesting because it went on for a couple months. I must have got 300 subscribers, and I still have them.
Huh.
Huh.
Yeah, no, the coin community seems to be a great place from what I've seen.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
pretty lucky. It's funny because that one black eagle that I showed, the one with the double presidents,
Yeah.
the 1899, somebody sent that to me free of charge. Just sent it to me.
Wow.
An $80 to $100 bill. So of course I gave him a lot for it, and that was Sheldon too.
Boy, I tell you, that boy.
Yeah, I told him he needs to start realizing he needs to add up what he's given away and realize that would have went to his kids.
Well, I hope he's not on the channel. I got something planned for him, though.
Yeah, really nice of him and everything, but my goodness, he's got 2 little kids, and you never know when your job's going to stop.
I mean,
And C.
yeah,
Porter said something too about the 78 community.
yeah, he's talking about the 78 community. Me and C. Porter have been working together to connect the 78 community and get it more like, I guess the best example is this coin community. Get it more like that, where everyone knows
Right.
each other. There's guys to talk to.
Greg, count me in, because I've got 78s for my dad in that Magnavox console.
Is that right? I mean, hey, I use my console for 70s as well. There's this. This is actually a very rare opportunity I've just found myself in. Hector, do you know what Discord is?
Yes, I do.
Do you have Discord?
Oh, you have Discord?
No, I don't.
Oh,
But I know what
okay.
it is.
Okay.
That'd be absolutely fantastic if you could get Discord.
Okay.
Yep.
It's
Because,
free. It's free. It's
free.
better than
Yeah.
it's better than using Facebook to talk to people. I can tell you that right now.
Well, that's my bane right now. I was told that a lot of people are going to Facebook and Instagram. So I haven't got Instagram yet. I barely got Facebook, because I think it's more of a social interest thing. But I'm only in the coin community in Facebook, nothing else, just on coins.
Yeah.
But I'll look at Discourse. How do you spell Discourse?
Here it's
I'll put it in the private chat.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
just put it in there.
One
It's-
of the-
yeah, you just put your email, and then I think that's the most they ask you to do. And then
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Anyways, I have a thing on Discord. It's a group called the GRC. It's the Greg Oler Records Club. So this is where we've got a lot of, not necessarily a whole bunch of people on YouTube are in the GRC. I mean, Troy's
Right.
in it, and C.
Yeah.
Porter's in it. But I mean, there's a few guys that are. I don't know. We'd like to get more people in. There's still people we're aiming to get in, but we don't
Can I-
really know how to.
Can I
What?
give you a little hint also? One of my interests.
Yes.
I used to install car radios and high-end stuff with power boosters and subwoofers and crossovers and The wiring, I went also primo, also on all the wiring. I did boosters. And I also sold high-end audio for Good Guys, for a video company that was in California only. But I sold doctors and people with money. They would sell 1 amp Marantz for $25,000 each.
Holy.
Yeah.
On Marantz?
What year was that?
Yeah.
That was in, I was finishing college, so it must have been late 90s,
Yeah,
because I was
'cause
my student teaching then. It's like
when I
97, 96, around there.
into the
Huh.
stereos, it was the late 70s. And because I did the Dynaco kits and built my own stereos. I built one of the first quad systems. And, I ended up with some really great components and stuff. And I built my own speakers. I actually sold speakers from my furniture shop. I started doing that before I started doing furniture, actually, and made a living at it for over a year, and then slowly got into doing furniture.
I should have 12-inch Shure Vega speakers, and 2 of the speakers were torn. So I looked at a few videos and actually repaired and found the place to order the cones, the magnets, any boards if it needed it, depending on it. But I still have my 1976 Pioneer system.
Cool.
So you obviously must know a lot about soldering then and electronic components.
Learning and achieving mastery is still ways to go, but I still can do the best so far.
Okay, because
Yeah, I think you'll be great for the GRC, Hector.
yeah. I would think that a lot of the car stereo knowledge you could apply to your console stereo, like for capacitors and stuff like that. And well, I guess yours wouldn't. Oh no, yours would. I'm thinking of tubes. I'm thinking of the wrong thing.
No, these are solid boards. They
Yeah,
were,
solid state.
yeah, and mostly it was plugging in the right, but the crossovers and the right amps for what the customer wanted. Sometimes I told them that, when we were selling these car stereos over at Good Guys, I would tell them, no, that's too much power. Then you have to get another battery, and you don't have the right alternator. So it was a lot of the distinction between the two.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
I'm gonna put Greg's channel down in the comment in the chat.
Why don't you put all of our channels here, Troy, in the
Yeah, sure.
in the
So-
in the description.
For the stereo I had in the 70s, it had 1500 watt peaks. It was a dual amp, completely separate. The speakers I ran had 412s, had the Altec Lansing horn that was 28 inches wide by like 7 inches high, had a 5-pound magnet on it. I ran the piezo tweeters above that. My speakers were over 6 feet high.
So this is a bookshelf stereo, or is this like a console
Oh no,
stereo?
this is
No,
a big
it's a-
screen home stereo,
They would call that floor models.
almost a radio station
Oh, okay.
because
Okay.
of the wattage.
Okay.
Greg, have you ever heard of Take 5 speakers?
Take 5. No, I have not.
Take 5 speakers are a Canadian-based product that I used to sell at Good Guys, and they were just coming out back in the late 90s. And I would tell you, some of their bookshelf speakers are only like the 5-inch high speakers by probably 3.5, 4 inches wide, and they had a built-in tweeter too in it. It was great. And I also have the Take 5 energy speakers also that they're out of Canada.
Take 5, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Must be.
Energy Take 5. That's the name of them. I'm not sure. Let me check to see if they're still available.
See, now when I was doing LPs, we were playing the original master recording LPs, which cost quite a bit more. The needle for my Technics turntable was like $300.
Is that right?
Yeah, and this is the 70s, the late
Yeah.
70s. So
Well, they have on Amazon. They're cheap though nowadays, but they have the 5.1 sound for $419. It has 4 front, 2 rear, and a center channel, and they have a 5.1 woofer that's 1500 watts.
Yeah, I run a Sony ES. It has about 250 watts per channel. It's 7.1. So it's pretty fun with because I play a lot of 4K games and have it hooked up to the games, and it's a lot of fun.
I can imagine. So you've obviously been enjoying. Oh, we've got C Porter here back again with another comment here. Yes, he's describing more of what the two of us are trying to do. We're trying to get a ton of veteran 78ers. So yeah, veteran 70s. Like the diehard collectors who have been doing this since the 60s down to the 40s. But the thing is But the thing is that the technical inclination of most collectors that age. So most of them probably, like, obviously they don't know what Discord is, or they don't really, bother or care to sign up. Like Ricali, I can't imagine you'd be too like, oh man, I need to get Discord and see what's going on.
Actually, I've been building my own computers and stuff since almost the start of it.
Oh,
The,
well, that's
See, Greg, why I like
that's that.
the computer system I have right now is a dual Xeon with 20 cores. I have 512 RAM. Yeah, my system's pretty big, and I've only been able to do it because of the coins that I sell have cost me face value, and I sell them for $600 to $1,200 a piece. So my computer's about 10 grand worth of hardware.
Well, that beats my computer by a bit.
You see, I'm using a laptop from Dell, and I just bought one for my wife, and it's a smaller version. She didn't want something this big, but I'm gonna have to get a new one. And I'm thinking if I can use this one as like a storage for my, all my videos and all that, and then from there build my desktop and use that, because I got a fourth bedroom I want to convert it into my hobby room.
Yeah.
See, that's one of the reasons. This is one of the reasons why Richard is my interest always peaked, because his expertise has gone through woodworking, the stereos, coins. He's into almost everything that I would not have any problem staying interested for hours with him. And there's a few people I met on Troy's one of them.
Yep.
I've had a few other students I should say high school age. But it's rarity to see a student interested in anything in the past.
Right.
Oh,
I mean, that's how
my
I
computer froze there for a second.
Greg and Greg and C4, and I'm kind of happy that they're at my age, right? That have interests that I like.
Yeah. I mean, it's nice to know. It's nice to know there's other people out there who are interested, because you can't talk to your family. You can only talk to your family about this. So even if they are willing to listen, it'll just kind of be like a reaction.
Like no reaction. Yeah.
It was kind of. I mean,
and the funny thing is, I didn't do that to my dad, because I figured, what he's telling me is his experiences, not so much his life history or. There's a lot of things like I met a man through my dad when he was in the rehab hospital. Two gentlemen that were his buddies since they were kids in school. And one was my dad's neighbor behind the ranch. And both of them were World War II veterans. One is still alive. He's 96 years old. He lost his wallet in Austria during the war after the Battle of the Bulge. He was with the artillery. Right? And he lost his wallet where he was staying in a barn. Well, the grandson found the wallet and researched it to find the owner of all the way from Austria, found him in Texas, found him in California. The one in Texas was not the correct one, but the one in California was correct. And it was my dad's neighbor. And it was pictures of his family, his draft card, his driver's license, pictures of his family from the time he was little. And this man tracked him down, and he actually returned it. And they made a big deal about it on the TV, and the news came out. And when I went back to talk to him, he says, "How did it feel?" I says, "That was a bunch of ado about nothing. I thought I lost my wallet 75 years ago, and that was it. And
Right.
then I started meeting more of the people in there. Everybody's over 90, just about everybody over 90.
Man, oh
Right.
man.
And
man.
talking to them, one was a nurse, one was a pilot, one was the Red Cross director in the 2 counties here. And they were all telling me about the era at their time when they would have large dances and how they would get together for the service when people came home. It was almost painting a picture of what was it like in 1945.
Right.
No, that's
That's why I
rare.
like-
That's rare to hear about.
Yeah.
Go to a rehab house before they all pass away.
Yeah,
You can volunteer.
I guess that's the yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. So yeah. And that's how my grandfather. That's how I got interested in history, because my grandfather used to tell me a lot of stories, like when he was a kid in the 1930s, and it really got me a great insight of what was the Great Depression was like in New York at the time. And it's just really interesting. You know what I mean? How even my grandfather worked with the he was a how would I say, like a scout for the Jewish mob, and he would get paid if like he knew like which car to look out for if that mob is at war with the other mob, like
Oh,
which
Hector's
cars.
gone.
Hector's gone.
Yeah, it
Good.
appears he's disappeared.
He disappeared. Yeah, I'll put the link back up if he wants to come back up again. I mean, the link is still
All right.
there. So,
Did
but
he say anything when he left, or is that just
No,
or did he not say?
he just went out. I don't know. He must
Maybe
have
his laptop died or something.
Probably, yeah. What'd you say, Rich?
Yeah, his laptop probably, the battery probably died, or he might have accidentally unplugged a cable.
Well, either way, he's not there. I was gonna ask. Well, I guess I'll ask. Oh no, Troy, were you done with that?
Done with what?
Was that
No,
all you were gonna say?
I was still gonna say like
Oh yeah.
he was part of the Jewish mob, and he knew like which cars which they would like what color of the gang cars. He would know even the police cars too. Even he knew if it was undercover or not.
Holy
You
crap!
And that was he was paid for, and they gave him a bunch of money. They gave him a bunch of money. I'm not sure how much, but it was a lot, especially a lot for that time period. And he knew that his father, he knew that he was working for the mob, and every time when he's out there, you know, just looking out, he would come over there and give him a sandwich just in case if he was hungry.
Give him a sandwich. That's pretty good.
Yeah, you know, he didn't really care. He said, as long as you get paid, that's it. So, and that really got me interested in history. He just keeps telling me these stories.
You know what, Troy? Thanks for letting me come back. My
No
internet
problem.
went off. One of the things about clues, you were talking about clues about history. Well,
Yeah.
when my dad passed away, we were going through his stuff, you know, organizing stuff, getting stuff out, and I found a harmonica in his drawer. I found
Right.
a record that he produced himself and wrote. I found the score that he wrote it on. I found and I couldn't figure out why, and he played the piano, and I couldn't figure out why he would have a harmonica. That's a cool one. Roy Rogers, I remember him. And I went and looked up, why would my dad have a harmonica?
Right, you told me this.
Yeah, so I started researching my dad's background, because we lived. My dad was born up near. Well, actually, he was born in the mountains near Sugar Pine, California, or in Sugar Pine, California, near Yosemite National Park.
Right.
And the reason why he was born there is because my grandfather was a railroad worker. And when the railroad finished in this area, he heard there was a job being as a timberman. So he became a logger and timber jack, what they call timberjacks. And he would be a tree topper. He'd go to the top of the tree and cut down the tree every 10 feet. And it took him a week to do a tree, to get it down, or what they say they do. Well, I found out the reason why he worked at the railroad, the entertainment they only had was guitar, harmonica, and what they call a Jew's harp. And so my dad learned to play the harmonica. He wanted to because my grandfather knew how to play the harmonica. That was one of the things they would do for entertainment with the crew, at night, because they would work 6 days a week, 12 hours a day, at 12 cents an hour. And that was kind of like the clue. And you find out these things about history, but you don't really know until something piques your interest. Why was he?
Why did this happen? Right?
Yeah.
You know what, guys? I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
No
Sure.
problem.
No problem. This is a good stream. I enjoy it.
Rich, is that those tokens?
They look like
Yeah.
tokens. Yeah.
Transit tokens.
I've never seen
Well,
them before.
All cities from the United States. Like I see one from Miami.
Yep.
This one, I think that one's Pittsburgh, and the second one.
There's a couple tax ones, but most of them are transit. They even have some that are just for the kids, which was kind of cool.
Yeah, I only like collecting transit tokens because I don't know, just because of the history of them.
Yeah, actually, I have.
Some have value, don't they, Rich?
What's that?
Does some of them have any value to them other than the historical?
Yeah,
Right.
there's a few that are kind of rare.
Oh, like do you know which ones?
No, not offhand.
Okay.
This is something that's new to my collection, so I'm still learning them.
Right. Yeah.
Is this
has
just
been-
recent, or this has been for a long time, Rich, to be collecting the tokens?
Well, yeah, I bought this little album from Michael Kittle, and it's got just some really great ones. It's got a little bit of a list of some of them.
Omaha, Kansas City, Jackson, Florida, Canton, Ohio. Big cities in, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
all of those cities I had family in right at the beginning of the state, so pretty neat to see them.
Well, we used to have a trolley system in Fresno, the next town over, and but I thought it was mostly they pay with cash. I mean coins, or is
Yeah.
or is it normally that most of those transits would only use tokens for their
Well, depending on where you were, some of them limit you to the company coins. And so you could only buy stuff from the company store with the company coins that they gave you or tokens. And, they kept people not able to prosper at all, achieve their workforce.
Hey, Rich, the one that's underneath the two sitting liberties, the one with the darker tone.
Under the two cent. This one?
No, the one underneath your hand now. The one that's on the cloth. I can't make it out, but it looks like the Liberty.
This
That
one?
one, yes, yeah, that one.
It's a large cent.
It's a large cent. Yeah.
I almost
I-
bought.
I
I
have that one. Especially I have that year too. I have that.
That looks nice. I should have got it. I should have bought it. I should have bought it.
Well, you seen one, Hector?
Yeah, it was on eBay, but I wasn't sure the price was good.
How much was it?
It was a bid. It was already at it was at $29.
Oh, okay.
So it was only.
I have returned. Oh, I see Hector's muted.
Hector, I don't know why. You'll come back.
No, my
Oh, there
wife.
you
She just came in to tell me something.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So there's my great great grandfather and his brothers. These are the guys that owned the Cadillac dealership.
okay. Huh.
And how old is that photograph?
He actually, in fact, this one here is Nicholas, probably 1860s, late 1860s.
Oh, okay.
He created the first business college in Northern California. and he was an absolute whiz with mathematical equations, and was known to do 2 equations on the chalkboard with a chalk in each hand, doing 2
Huh.
different problems at the same time. So
Wow.
they did some amazing stuff. He still has stuff that's named after him or his work to
Wow.
do.
I have one photo that I'm trying to get some information on. It was a picture of my grandfather, and he was under a year of age. So I would say it's circa 1904, 1906, sitting on his grandmother's lap.
Is that right?
Yeah. And so that makes it from me to him, it's 3 generations. And then from him to his grandmother, another 2 generations. So that goes back, I don't know, 1850 maybe, their birth years.
And that's what this one's 1860.
1860?
Is that, Rich, is most of the photographs you're showing right now, are those mostly your relatives?
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
all relatives. In fact,
Yeah,
this
but so-
is the one. This is the woman that married into the family that I just showed you the family tree to. She was the last wife and younger than some of the kids from the previous marriages. But
That's
this is
awesome.
her mother, Sarah Whitman, very
Mhm.
famous family in northern New York. And I have letters from her from the late 1790s.
Wow.
Yeah, my oldest letters, and they come from this lady who
Oh,
could write really well. Her spelling was poor and her penmanship was bad. But thank goodness, because boy, that's an era that's really tough to read. And because she wasn't a scholar like this woman, it's fairly easy to read.
Hmm.
But what most people don't realize is we had a lot of, well, the alphabet had like 27 or 28 letters. No, 30, because there was like 6 or 7 extra letters in what we have now. And they represented double T's, double S's, and things like that, double F's. And I had a real hard time reading some of it because I've got all these journals. I've got hundreds and hundreds of letters, and I've got like 15 journals, and most of them are before Civil War.
That's crazy.
The thing is, though, like, other than store, I mean, what do you really do with this stuff? Like, I mean, it's some of, as you said, some is really hard to read. It's hard to keep all of that, I guess.
Well,
I mean, it's family history, so.
yeah, I've written my family history. I wrote a book for my family. That's pretty cool. Then I've got tons of stuff like this that have the
Oh,
soldier.
And who is that? One of your family members too, Rich?
Yeah, that's during the Civil War.
Oh.
But
Yeah.
my family, it was Kansas City, Missouri. They owned quite a bit of the city. Because he had 17 children and quite a few were men, he bought them all houses or built them all houses when they married, and they all became prominent business owners. And
Wow.
so it's a very rich family history then.
yeah, and we're actually related to, let's see if I can remember, I always forget. Kodak partnered up with the family, and it was
Kodak.
family. It'll come to me in a minute. They were really good at doing the chemicals and stuff for photography, and Kodak was really good with the mechanical part, the cameras and stuff. And so they got together and joined forces, and I think they were together till about 1930 or so. And
Huh.
Huh.
yeah, it'll come to me in a minute. One of the, my grandmother was part of that family, and I have her original camera that she took most of the pictures I have. You know, I've said
You
that
have the
I
original camera?
have 10,000 photos before 1900. She took most of them and developed them.
Wow.
She also did, she went to a state fair and it was when Wright brothers had just got their plane going. And she actually, I have a little clipping from it. She went up in one of the planes and took one of the first aerial photos.
When the
So
Wright brothers
Holy
were,
crap.
yeah, like when the Wright brothers were testing out the plane.
not testing, they'd already completed it. And see, the other families that were claiming to be the first to fly are actually my other families here in Southern California. And I have pictures of that too, but they couldn't prove when they flew. So
Right.
the Wright brothers.
And you can? So you can prove when you're.
I can't prove a timing because
Oh.
there's a really good way of proving that. They had to have certain people from the government there while they did their test flight. They had to fly so many feet and be so high off the ground to be able to be considered
Right.
first flight.
It's funny
Okay.
because, if you weren't with the finances, like in my family, I remember the very last time I went to my grandpa's house, they still had kerosene lamps for lighting, no refrigeration, one telephone in the whole town, and you had to make reservations to call someone a year in advance, sometimes a year and a half. And it's funny that my family was able to save up for years to make one photograph. And that's the story they tell me, that my grandfather was a year old. My great great grandfather was an alcalde. He was the mayor of the town.
Is that right?
Yeah. And
Holy.
yeah, so photographs was a little more difficult in the area because of it wasn't as readily available. It really didn't come into fashion until 1910, 1905 because of the Revolutionary War. They were documenting from the United States. A lot of guys from like Hollywood would go down there and go to Chihuahua or Sonora, and they would film the actual battles.
Holy. That's incredible.
That's incredible. Yeah.
That he'd film. Yeah, that he'd film it. And when did you say this was?
1905, 1910, and the revolution started in 1910 all the way to 1924, and then they had another revolution between 24 and 26 because they were persecuting the Catholic Church. They would if you were found outside the church wearing your vestibles or your frock, they would put you against the wall and shoot you.
Huh.
As a matter of fact, one of my mom's cousins was executed that way.
Well, I've got some pretty neat history too, stuff from the history books. That's neat. The neat thing is it doesn't match the history books.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Rich does.
Some old journals of Captain Richard Sparks, who was a friend of Andrew Jackson's, and was asked to go on an expedition, and it was Lewis and Clark expedition. Well, Richard Sparks is a really interesting fellow. At about 11 or 12 years old, he was kidnapped by Indians.
Oh.
The tribe that kidnapped him were very kind to him, treated him like one of their own children. And whenever they lost somebody due to war or fighting other tribes or whatever, they would steal children to replace the members so the mothers wouldn't be so sad.
Oh, okay.
Right.
And he ended up becoming really good friends with one of the native girls that were also kidnapped. And so they became like brother and sister and kept in touch. And so in later years, he was doing the Lewis and Clark expedition, and they couldn't find a way over a certain pass. And it was what was keeping them from completing the journey. And then when they were about to break up camp, a Indian woman with a baby came through the pass. And of course, they were super interested in how she got through, and asked her if she would, that they would pay her if she would show them the way through. and she wouldn't do it. And then she
Is
spotted
that her?
Sparks. No, she spotted Richard Sparks, who she called her brother. And some of this you'll find in history. Her name was Sakajiwa. And she's the one that led Lewis and Clark across. Now,
Right.
the history books get part of it right, but not all of it. So it's really interesting because we have old news articles out of newspapers from the early 1800s that talk
Right.
about it,
I talk about it.
and family lore. We also have a big write-up on Richard Sparks by one of the family members. The town he came from did a big write-up on him because he was responsible for her agreeing, and that's how Lewis and Clark got through and finished that. And because that was a huge trail, it went through a couple states.
Right.
So, but yeah, really interesting that that's actually part of history. And
Right.
when my family were, they were the first in Missouri, and half the history books say it's the Clay family. The other half say it was Daniel Boone's family. Nevertheless, one of the two were the first ones there. One of my great grandmothers was the first white girl born in Missouri, and
Huh.
they're related to the spokesman Henry Clay. The other stuff, like one of the Clay brothers, Jeremiah, was known for being a Indian rustler and a grizzly hunter, and it was common for him to get one big giant grizzly a week fairly easy. And back in those days, the grizzlies were a lot bigger than they are today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Rich, you mentioned the word Civil War. I just did a thing on Lincoln, and I came across a statement made that Lincoln was in correspondence with another person who was in a Civil War at the same time. It was Benito Juarez in Mexico. And at the Lincoln Presidential Library in Springfield, they have the bust of Benito Juarez. And I actually read letters from Lincoln to Benito Juarez and Benito Juarez to Lincoln, which they were both fighting a civil war at the same time. That was interesting to find out, that, and I did not realize it. And the reason why I know that is because when I was a kid in the 70s, I watched a program called Juarez, in Spanish. They were doing a historical documentation. I don't know if it was more drama or more historical, but it made me think about looking at it again. So when I came across Lincoln actually corresponded with the president of Mexico in 1861, they had similar ties, the things that tied them together.
Yeah, I think I actually have a copy of some of that correspondence. I have an antique book from the time that is messages and papers of the president. And it has a lot of his correspondence with famous people and political figures. And
really,
yeah, it's pretty interesting. When you get the old ones, you get to read because they were a lot more accurate. But the later ones, they kind of let history play the way they want. It didn't necessarily, follow the way it truly was. So that's why I enjoy the antique history books for learning that stuff, because most of our history was controlled and changed, and like the Indian Wars.
yeah.
According to American history, Indians lost all but the war with Custer, and in reality, that was about the only one that they lost. And the thing you got to keep in mind is back then, the soldiers were made to stay in formation regardless of how they were fighting. Just like when Civil War happened, the cannons were firing right at these giant groups of men, and they weren't allowed to run. They had to stay in formation and just take it. And in fact, if you were to run, your commanding officer would shoot you in the back.
Well,
Yeah,
even modern day military men, when my dad was, or even in Vietnam even changed. I mean, during Korea and Vietnam, during Korea and World War II, they didn't have flat jackets. They didn't have protective guide goggles. They didn't have sunglasses that had their goggles on, their gloves. I mean, you look at the Army now, they've got knee pads. They've got thermal gloves and eye protection and, communication with, radios. Just the difference in those days. I can only imagine standing there in front of an artillery and standing there taking the shots.
Right. That's just like World War I's very interesting with the weapons because there was a lot of trench warfare.
Right.
So the weapons were all changed to suit the area and that type of fighting. There's a lot more hand-to-hand there or, bayonet to bayonet and that kind of thing. They had extra large knives. They had short swords. They had a lot of different options. Pretty interesting stuff. That part of the history on weapons and stuff is a real fun one to learn because there's so much to it. And then you can trace most of the stuff back through centuries of warfare that, those weapons were crucial and the reason why they won the war. So.
Well, I tell you, I don't know how long I would have survived in a war.
I don't think I would have survived very long.
Well, I remember my mom saying the rosary because in 1973 I signed up for the draft, and everybody was afraid of the draft in those days.
Ooh.
Then
my dad almost volunteered for freaking Vietnam there. He thought right when it started there, he was thinking of, or no, he did go. I think he did go there. Yeah, he did. He went to get it's not drafted if you sign up. I don't know what it would be, what that'd be called. Anyway, he thought, he volunteered. Oh, yeah, he volunteers, and he thinks to himself, oh well, it'd be nice to see that part of the world. He had no idea, and he was a year too young to get in.
Well, he's my age then.
Well, how old are you?
I'll be 64 at the end of the year.
Oh, okay. No, he's a little older than that. He just turned 66.
Oh, then yeah. See, I missed it by a year myself.
Okay, I don't. Is that right? You missed it by a year?
Well, I signed up in those days you had to sign up by your 70. I was 17 and a half when you had to sign up 6 months before your 18th birthday. See, I was born after December 1st. I had to wait a whole year.
Right.
I was a year older than most people in my class. So when I went, I was the only one that could sign up for the draft because I was a year older than everybody else.
My dad had been in the Navy for I forget what they call it, 2 terms, 2 sessions, whatever. But he got out. He was, had completed his years and was headed back to the States when Vietnam broke out. And they almost kept him. He was lucky he was on the boat he was on because everybody after him ended up getting stuck and having to stick around. But he was all through Vietnam, right? Well, there was war already. We just hadn't declared it. But yeah, we were there doing normal warfare. So 'cause my dad was shooting into the islands constantly as ships would, load up and board people and that kind of thing. And it was the Navy's responsibility to make sure they got back to the boats. And so crazy times.
I know this may be a stupid question here, but I know the steamship era.
Never stupid question. Never stupid question.
It extended for, I know, past the steam locomotive era. There's no way these would have been steamships at this point, right? In the late 60s?
No, they were big diesel ships.
Yeah, I figured.
There were troop transports and stuff that did have big boilers and stuff that would run a lot of their stuff.
Okay.
But the actual fighting part of it, no, they were all big giant diesel motors for the most part.
It's funny you said that because even during the Confederacy, I did not know that the Confederacy was trying to get cotton out of the South to France and England. And France was ready to side with the Confederacy. Yeah.
Is that
in the
right?
60s. Yeah. I just saw a documentary on the Merrimack at the Monitor, and there was, you wouldn't be surprised how much naval warfare was going on around Louisiana, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina. When they were trying to, where Lincoln had blockades, they don't talk much about that. And I'm wondering why, because the way that documentary was talking about, it was the only way that the South could get any kind of an economy going by selling their cotton, and they would build these fast, sleek ships, and they would use deception of how they would build their ships so that you couldn't see their steam paddle machines, and they would have them stacked low, and they would have mainsails and have fly different flags. And it was kind of interesting to know that there was a naval battle outside of the continental United States, as far south below Cuba and into Venezuela area.
Well, you got to keep in mind that the Revolutionary War, those waters were key to why we ended up winning. And it was those blockades that were used a whole, war before.
And the British
kept the British out or sank, their troops as they came in. They had huge cannons shooting into those areas, and there was no way to get upriver without getting through them, So they had to land all their men and try to fight their way up to those spots. But the country was so wild back then, it was easy to overrun them. Plus, we were using Indians to fight part of the war. So were they, the French. And it's interesting because they say the Revolutionary War was won because of those waterways. And I think the Civil War, that's what kept them starving and, kept the troops from re-upping all their people, was because they just couldn't get anybody up those rivers. So it's pretty interesting stuff. Yeah, the waterway history is really unique through that area. And to keep in mind that, for the Revolutionary War, there was a lot of pirates that were helping out, they kind of were helping themselves, but at times they were helping us as well. So when they weren't stabbing us in the back.
Like, what do you mean by pirates? Like Caribbean pirates?
Yeah, well, the French pirates through the area, Lafitte and all those guys.
Jackson, port of the or New Orleans.
Yeah,
they brought the British.
Yeah, so it's pretty interesting that history repeated itself a bit there. Even though ships were updated, they still, it's not like World War II or one. A lot of changes in a 68 years. Yeah, it's fun stuff. I love learning about that kind of stuff.
Same here.
Oh, I've got a good one for you for the Civil War. So I've done a lot of research on my family for the Civil War, and I'm actually related to Jefferson Davis.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Jefferson Davis was the Confederate president, of course, and he married Zachary Taylor's daughter. Well, I'm related to the Taylors. Zachary Taylor's direct relation.
Wait, who? Like Jefferson Davis?
Well, Jefferson Davis married Zachary's daughter. So I was related to Jefferson Davis by marriage. And the neat thing is one of my neighbors, older gentleman in his late 80s, was all into the Civil War stuff. And I started reproducing some of the pictures that he had. And then I noticed a really beautiful glass-mounted bridle, and it was a horse's bridle, and it had a big old plaque on it and stuff. And so I quizzed him about it, and he pulled it out and showed me and said, yeah, my great-grandfather captured Jefferson Davis, and the town gave him the bridle from the horse.
Wow.
And so I told him, well, that's funny. I'm sure our ancestors are rolling in their graves because I was related to Jefferson Davis. And
you're related to Jefferson Davis?
Yeah, it was so hilarious. Yeah, and I think related to Jefferson Davis in other ways, because Davis is definitely one of the family names as I've researched. So, and that wasn't uncommon. With the bigger families in states that didn't have much population, it was all the cousins and stuff come to the new country or the new areas, Indian areas that were being opened up.
Right.
That it wasn't uncommon that cousins ended up getting married and stuff like that. And not that the families knew each other's, but yeah, still related. But yeah, that was fairly common back then.
Wow. All right, interesting. Rich, you have like really interesting history like towards your family, like so interesting.
It's neat because that's why I've got such a great computer, was because I needed to be able to get copies of all my pictures, and I've got a copy stand that holds my camera straight down, and I've got a really nice Canon, one of the top of the line Canon cameras, well, top of the line a few years ago, and I'm able to do photo albums like some of my family members that I had never met before, but because I got into the history and passed it to all the family members, I found out that some of the members had original photos that I didn't have pictures of from the middle 1800s. And so I would go to their house and they'd, give me one of their albums, and I'd be able to go through about 150 to 300 photos in about 15 minutes.
Wow.
With my camera. So, and my camera did about 5 foot by 6.5.
And you scanned you scanned the photos and everything, and you took a picture of the photos, like.
Well, I do have a really nice scanner, but it was a lot faster using the camera, and because it was a high-end professional camera,
Right.
it did the 5 foot by 6.5 foot photos at 200 dots per inch. So doing an 8x10 off these little locket sized photos was a breeze. Really high quality, and yeah.
And you've got all this on your computer.
Yeah, well, my scanner was almost $1,000, and that's about 5 or 6 years old. My printer is about 700. It prints up to 13 inches wide, but it's a real high grade one that does 7 shades of gray, so I can do really great black and white photos. So I can copy the ones from the antique pictures. So
Wow, that's crazy.
I even printed medals.
Last month, Ancestry.com opened all the Mexican files, or I should say Mexico's site, and I was actually able to go to my grandparents and my mom's hometown, which I found out that the archivist at the church rectory is my mom's half sister, Carmen.
Is that right?
Yeah, and I called her up the other day, about a year ago, maybe at the most. The other day, a year ago. She says that the oldest volume they have there at the church records is early 1700s. And they said the people go in there all the time from the Mormon church, and they're documenting and scanning as much as they can. And I just looked at last week or 2 weeks ago, they had all the ones from my mom's hometown. I even found my grandfather's sister, who was born in 1900, I think. I couldn't read the handwriting. That's the one thing I can't read, the old-fashioned manuscript. I can make certain names and certain dates, but I just can't. And it's also the legal lingo. They would say this person is functioning as a human being. I'm going, really?
It was in English or Spanish?
No, it's Spanish. So I had to read it.
Okay.
I had to translate it myself. So it took a while longer, and it was a little more difficult to read because their S's could be F's and F's could look like S's, even though they have a small S next to it. Well, it's just it's a little more different. And then last week they turned it off, so I didn't get a chance to go back and research more.
Oh,
man.
So
Now Now they want $149 for 6 months.
What?
You were
Yeah.
saying that those double S's and F's were an issue. Well, that's part of what I was telling you about. We had
Yeah.
extra letters, and those double letters represented like double S, double F's, or whatever. So that's
So-
why it's a little difficult. But once you figure that out, I'll send you a copy of the dictionary that I have.
Okay.
Show you some of that. So I have an 1850s dictionary that was the key to me figuring this all out. Here I did all this stuff trying to figure out all these letters because I had so many letters, and I'd read a couple words and then I'd get stuck, and they'd be
Yeah.
4 pages of letters.
Yeah.
And then
My
I
mom could read it.
realized that I had several 1850s and even earlier dictionaries. So
Wow.
I looked them up, and sure enough. So
Wow. But it's interesting that the 1950 census is supposed to come out next year or
yeah, I'm
Because
not
he's-
sure when.
2 years after, so it'd be 2022 when it comes out.
Yeah, and they're not always on time.
Right.
Wait, what's coming out next year?
The census.
The
Oh,
census.
census.
Yeah, which I'm doing right now. I'm working
Right.
for the census now.
See, our census goes back to the late 1700s. So there's some really neat information out there. Unfortunately, it was pretty much just your family name and where you lived, property
Right.
you owned, so they could control tax.
Actually, church records from all the different
Matter of
church
fact, hold on.
times have births, deaths, marriages, christenings. So if you were baptized, you died with a church service, you were married in a church. That was most of the records that you can get from colonial times.
Yeah, and I know the Catholic stuff, most of it was Latin.
Yeah, and I'm the good thing I could read Latin because I grew up as an altar boy, so I had to learn to say the mass in Latin. And it's close to
Matter of
Spanish.
fact,
I can decipher it too because most of it's in Spanish. I mean, it's almost root word. for
Similar.
Spanish. Yeah.
Oh, so I was
Uh,
showing that one Indian head coin. That's my avatar.
Oh, there you go.
Is that same coin that I was showing you guys, that Indian head.
That'd have to be another scan, wouldn't it? Is that another? Did you use your scanner to get that one? Like get
Yes.
a picture of it? No, I'm asking Ricali if he used the
Oh.
scanner to get.
No,
the
that's
picture of the
actually a
coin.
photo with my camera. See, I
Oh.
have a professional Canon camera. So I spent, like $800, $900 in just a single lens for doing macro. And yeah, so when you're set up properly, you can do really good photos. It only does still, though. It doesn't have video capabilities, which is why I'm in the process right now. I just spent a whole bunch of money on some new lights that are supposed to capture my toned pennies and silver, so I can start showing some of my collection that's toned. I've got probably 100 pounds of toned coins, so quite a few of them.
And toned coins are
Coins that have color because of the silver or copper. Oh, shoot, I forget what that's called. Help me out, Hector. What's silver do that causes the color?
The copper.
Yeah, or the silver. Well, you know why they
Oh, the oxidation.
tarnish. It's the tarnish and stuff that creates the color. But with coins, if they're in an album that's, got them sealed up really well, sometimes the colors are beautiful rainbows and with bullseye type looks. So there'll be rings of different colors all the way down to the center of the coin.
oh,
Some
okay.
of them are pretty incredible and sell for outrageous amounts of money. So, yeah.
I just went to ancestry.com. I just added a person who passed away in my family, and now I've got 51 leads to investigate. Oh my gosh,
51.
51 clues.
Well, you've got something to keep you busy.
Yeah.
Now,
Troy, can you
you
present me? I
read it
gotta show you something.
Okay, hold on. Yeah.
Sure.
Well, let me just show this real quick.
It
Okay, go ahead.
shows
This is
mother-
my my great grandfather right here. You see like Frank Kornbluth right here.
Uh-huh.
This is the 1940 census for Bayonne, and I couldn't believe I found it. I got a chance of finding it, and it gave me all the information about them. And about Frank, it says that where he was born, like where was he from, and he was from Austria actually. Now I did not know that because my grandfather told me that he was Russian.
And Sarah says she's from New York.
Yeah, she's from New York. She was born there. Yep.
now,
As a matter
if
of fact, Sarah, that's his wife. Says it right here.
Uh-huh.
Frank owned a business. He did real estate, and I think how they met up is well, I've heard. I don't know the full story, but she was one of Frank's customers. She was looking for a house over there, and you know, the two met each other, and they fall in love, and they got married in 1917. So.
what a lot of people don't realize is these censuses normally give where their parents were born. So if
Yeah.
you scroll more to the right, it'll show which country or state the parents of each, the husband and wife, where their parents were born.
You know what surprised me on my grandfather's census? The first time he came over to back to California when he came back from Mexico, it says that he could read and speak English. That's
Oh,
my grandfather.
Oh,
That's your grandfather?
Yep.
Oh, and you found this in Ancestry?
Yep.
Wow.
Now I can fix up that picture a lot for you.
You know, Rich, if I could send you a copy of it, or should I send you the original?
Yeah, send me a link to where you got the original, or
Okay.
you know, if it's a full file, you can send me the
Can
file.
I make a copy with a scanner and send it to you?
I've
I've got the actual picture of I got this from my cousin who gave me a copy of what she had, and she gave me a copy of the original.
Well, send me what you've got, and I can tell
Okay.
you if it'd be helpful to do because sometimes just taking a picture of it with like a updated cell phone works pretty good.
And if you look at his name's in Spanish, but we don't know why he's called Ezequiel Lawrence Ramirez Gutierrez. We haven't. Nobody knows why, but that's his handwriting.
That's his handwriting?
That's his handwriting.
Okay.
And then the word "dad" was from my cousin.
Well, keep
Okay.
in mind, sometimes the names that ended up on these photos was
Mhm.
who got the photo after they passed away. So
Right.
sometimes it's other people's names that are on these as well.
Okay, he's single because we know he was in the United States, and he got married in Mexico in 1911. So this is prior, I would say, between 1905 and 1910.
That's a cool photo.
It is. I really
That's
like
pretty-
it.
that's
I like
pretty
the
good one,
pose,
yeah.
Too. How he's posing there. Oh, your dad.
And look how long his fingers are.
He was a
Yeah.
tall man. He
Yeah.
was 5'11", which is
Farm-
unusual for family. Well, my son's 6'2", so he took over from the side of my dad. My dad was only 5'4" when he was in the service. So I'm lucky to be tall as I am, and my son, they don't know why he's got so much height on him, but he's the only tall one in the family.
So guys, I only got like a.
Oh, it's a 3-hour max.
No, it's not 300 max.
Oh,
I'm gonna get. Actually, crazy enough, it's a 20-hour max.
20
well-
hours. Wow.
Yeah. But later on, like at 4:30, we're gonna call it a night. I mean, we still got a couple minutes left, but
I was gonna ask you guys. I haven't had the I was gonna ask you guys and about like what was Sears like? I know we dropped this topic hours ago.
yeah, I know.
But I was gonna ask, what is
Yeah, what was
Sears?
Sears like?
Yeah, what in
back
its
then?
golden
Well,
years?
Sears was actually one of my favorite places to go as a kid because They had a really nice candy shop and made their
Popcorn.
own candy. And they also made popcorn, and that's where I got my first time of getting cheddar cheese popcorn. And they served it hot. Oh my gosh, it was amazing. I remember that was a real big deal for me, but it was like a department store. It had clothes and stuff, but
Yeah.
also had washers and dryers and vacuums. In fact, I even bought one of my family computers from there, a Packard Bell. And so it was
Wow.
either Hewlett Packard or Packard Bell, the computers that I normally bought. Dell later on, because you could customize them and put parts in them.
Right.
But yeah, they had even boats and stuff, tractors. It just depended on where you were, located. Then they had the catalog part of the store where you could go and order stuff that wasn't at the physical store. A lot of it get delivered to you and stuff. But yeah, it was like a basic department store. But I never saw groceries in it. But
They don't have downsell groceries.
yeah,
Well-
I think there were some that had grocery stores, but the ones that I was in didn't.
Well, apparently, I heard up near the end that that's what they were going to try and do is put a grocery store in Sears as well.
Yeah, all around store is what was surviving at the time. So,
Wow.
but yeah, it was a great store. The prices were pretty good. I know I shopped around really hard for my computers because I normally was trying to put more parts into them so the cheaper I could get it. And I'd always have to pay quite a bit because I'd get the best processor.
Oh, okay.
So I was
Right.
doing, I've done photos and videos since the beginning. My grandfather, when I was like 6 or 7 years old, taught me how to use a camera and develop my own pictures. He had a complete darkroom. And so when you learn photography that way, it changes a lot of things. And I did a lot of editing. I've got machines that splice the tapes or the film and has spots so you can glue them together so they'll go through the projectors easily. And you could add sound and stuff with like the Super 8. And then I started doing like VHS. They got the very first VHS camera, which was great because it had a really great macro on it. I could do a fairly good zoom. I think it had like 30 zoom and probably 10 optical. So for that, then that was just amazing. And I could edit it all on the computer. I had the very first of Adobe Premiere and Photoshop. I owned the very first ones because they didn't rent them like they do now. You had to buy them and they were expensive. So I know I paid like $700 for After Effects, and the rest of them were a little bit cheaper, a couple $100 cheaper. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. Going from analog to digital for photos and videos was a real trip.
I
Could
can
do
imagine.
so much with digital. It was endless. Just, whatever your imagination could do, you could do.
And you said you had a Craftsman tool set from 1960 with the original warranty?
Yeah,
Um,
my dad actually, I grew up with my dad, repairing his cars and stuff. My dad had hot rods. I had hot rods. So my dad actually built a little F-85 Oldsmobile that had a little aluminum 4-cylinder motor and really tricked it out. And we were always into the quarter mile. We weren't that far from Sears Point track. And so I grew up over at the track. In fact, one of my best friends was a national champion racing the Mazda class for 6 or 7 years. And I could beat him in some of the races. Probably about 30% of the times I could beat him, and it really pissed him off because he was a national champion. But
That's pretty good.
yeah, I grew
Yeah.
up on that track, so that's where I learned how to drive. And I
see,
had
Ray?
really hot cars. I had a Mopar that did 10.5 seconds in the quarter mile at 132 miles an hour. I had another Mopar that did 165 miles an hour in a straightaway. Handled like a dream. Yeah, and that was back in the very first of the 70s.
You see, Troy and Greg, why I have so much in common with just the knowledge that people have in this,
Right.
besides ourselves and Richard and people that I've met over the time. I have a Mazda RX-7 that I'm trying to get back on the road. I've got a 320i BMW I'm trying to get back on the road. I've got a truck that I've already got it done. It's just that I'm now thinking about changing the engine. And so this is what that's why our conversation has been going so long, because of the interests that we all have.
Right.
And sometimes they conflict with each other.
That's why it's long. This is probably like, yeah, because this has to be like, I think the longest stream I've ever done in this channel, actually. And we're just talking through because we all have the same interests, you know.
It all started with a bit of
I
YouTube
like 70
drama.
You know, my
a
favorite.
bit of YouTube drama, yes.
You know, my favorite thing about Sears, as Rich was telling you about, you know, the candy. It had a great candy shop. Even had a See's candy in there sometimes during the holidays. And then sometimes they would have what's the packaged meat company?
Well, I remember Godiva chocolates being in there.
Oh, Godiva chocolate, yeah. But the best smell ever is when you walk in the door and you smell popcorn through the whole store.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's got to be
And
good.
But
Yeah.
our Sears had a downstairs and an upstairs. Besides the main floor in the middle, I mean, it had appliances, it had tools, it had guns in those days, rifles.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
And-
Sears did have a gun department.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, it was the largest store in the area that you could combine Walmart, Target, Western Flyer, Western, what's that place?
Western Auto.
Western Auto, Coast to Coast, all in one huge store.
And what's
And
this
it was
Rich
big-
got? He got
it
a
was
revolver
really
now.
Oh, pellet gun.
Oh,
Let me guess,
Oh, I
you bought
found-
that at Sears?
Yep.
Yeah, there it is.
wow.
Hey, get a load of this. I found one because I heard people, you know, argue in the back, and I was taking my dog for a walk, and all of a sudden, I looked back, and these people were getting in the car, and they ran off, you know, and I said, "What's going on?" You know, and I had my
Right.
dog with me, didn't know did the thing, but I came back, I said, "Yeah, I'm not gonna go that way in case there's some issues that happens," you know. So I walked back the same direction I came from, and then in the bushes, I saw a Smith & Wesson 357 Magnum with a
Years?
with a long barrel. I don't know how long it is. I still have it, but it's I would say longer than 6 inches, and it was a 357 Magnum, but it was a replica BB gun.
Oh, okay.
So I took it home. I mean,
Oh, that's a good find.
That's a good
Yeah.
find. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
And also-
actually own a 50 caliber pellet gun.
ooh, handgun.
Caliber, huh?
No, a rifle.
I still have my Daisy Red Ryder BB gun.
Yep, I've got a Red Rider too. I've
Yeah,
actually got a few
1960s.
guns.
You know, I wish I had.
Hopalong
Remember,
Cassidy one.
remember the gun that used to be able to put actual shells with plastic tips that you insert the plastic tip into the shell and you put them inside the handgun, like it was like a Colt 45.
Yep, I do
And
remember.
the rifle, you actually put them in the chamber and they
Yep.
would shoot the plastic. I wish it still had,
Yeah,
but that was all the 60s.
that was the cap gun. It used a cap to expel the little foam tip or plastic tip.
You know something? I don't remember that part, but I do remember it that it would strike the back of the shell, and it had like two little prongs that held the bullet inside, and the shell inside had a little spring. So I guess when they hit, it released the tabs on the side, and the projectile would come out. And then they couldn't have guns like that because they said it was dangerous.
I mean, yeah, I guess it is, but
Yeah.
it's yeah.
Yeah, we were
Right.
pretty lucky because, you know, the gun laws and stuff were so lax back then. You know, I grew up with guns. My family all had a ranch and a farm, and so
Yeah.
you know, there's always rodents to get rid of or pests, and you know, the kids were allowed to take care of it, and so I became a crack shot when I was just a kid. In fact, I was the best one in the family and I loved it. I loved target shooting. And my girls, I got two girls that I raised. By the time they turned 5, they both had their own BB gun and were also crack shots because we had a range in the backyard. So they would shoot all the time. And it's funny, one of my son-in-laws, his job requires him to have a weapon. And so he had to go do a bunch of practicing so he could qualify. And it took both of my daughters and to go shoot one day. And well, he's never taken them since because they outshot him so bad. They're shooting within the size of a $50, you know, hitting bullseyes and stuff. And he's just learning to shoot a gun, so he was nowhere close. And my youngest, she's a crack shot. She doesn't even have to aim. She just looks where she wants to go and she hits it. It's just amazing. And neat that she's taught her kids too. So, and they're all crack shots. It just cracks me up that that's a trait in the family. Deadeye.
So this is my great grandma Sarah actually. You know, I think in 1956 or 57, I believe. So I just wanted to show you that, and this piano too. I still have that piano as well. That's right next to her.
That is cool.
If
Yeah.
you
Great picture.
look
Yeah.
up in the upper left-hand side of the drape, see how yellow it is on the top of that white section?
Which one? Were you,
In the
right here?
drape. No,
On
the
the
drape.
drape. On the drape. There
Yeah.
you go.
On the drip? I see it.
Go up a little bit higher.
Yeah, it's yellow up there.
See how it turns yellow right there? That should be white. And when you correct this with Photoshop, it'll make this picture pop. Her skin color will be right because right now her tone is quite yellow.
Right.
And when you correct that, it'll correct the entire photo. In fact, her collars and her sleeve bits should be white, and they're kind of
Right.
yellow.
So
So-
is this like decay of the picture or what?
Yeah, it's age. The
Yeah, it's aged. Yeah.
paper that it's on yellows.
It's
Okay.
it's in a picture slide. Yeah. You know.
Yeah, and if it's a slide, it was done with a medium format camera, which means it has a lot better quality than a standard one of the 35 millimeter at that time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So you can tell by its age, right?
Yeah, this is my era of photography for, you know, fixing photos and doing stuff, and
Right.
it was a lot of fun.
I mean, I scan all these photos just because, you know, just in case something happens to them. So, you know, I didn't know who this person was until Toby written in the back, and I said, "This is Mom," and I was like, "Oh, okay, that has to be Sarah right here."
She reminds me of my Aunt Teresa.
What?
Yeah,
She does. She looks a lot like my Aunt Teresa.
that
Oh,
looks
really?
like that too. That was, you know, the times.
Oh, Hector, you're showing something? My bad.
Yeah, would you please?
I apologize.
No problem. This is my grandfather in 1910 census. Where you see the yellow,
Yeah.
and it says he's a laborer,
Okay.
and language spoken English. Everywhere around him is Spanish, and it shows that he was born in Mexico. So we
Did
don't
he
know.
also speak Spanish too?
He spoke 7 languages. He grew up in San Francisco, so he had to learn to eat too. Well, as my dad tells me, Grandpa had to learn to eat. And learn to eat meant that he had to learn to speak Japanese, Chinese, Italian,
Right.
Russian, and then
Why you
English.
have to learn all those languages?
Because
Well,
he worked the docks, right?
he worked the docks,
Oh,
right?
okay.
And that's where
Okay.
everybody first got their jobs, was working in San Francisco, was working as a longshoreman.
Wow.
But it shows that he speaks English in 1910. And I didn't know that because I thought he only spoke Spanish. And then my dad tells me, no, Grandpa spoke 7 languages.
And how old was he here? Is he 21?
Let's see. Yes, 21.
Cool. Yeah, there's a lot of information on these. Now, where was his parents born? Looks like Spain and
He was born in Mexico. His parents were born in Mexico, but the family, I shouldn't say historically speaking correctly, but see, my grandfather was Spanish and Tarasco Indian, and my grandmother was French because she had hazel eyes, she had blondish brown hair, from what I'm hearing, and even
Okay.
some of my family members have, like my dad, he was born with hazel eyes. I'm born with dark brown eyes like my mom, and my mom's Tarasca Indian and Spanish. So our family, we're not sure, but we're French, and because the French occupied with Maximilian when Mexico was fighting against the French. I think most of the soldiers didn't go back to Mexico and back to Spain or France when they fought those times. So that's our background. The Indian and the European sides.
yeah, and although one side of my family is Heinz 57, my mom's side are pretty strong Mexican, Spanish. So I've got hazel eyes too. So did most of my family, males, the men.
And then if you saw my mom's half sisters, all of them are like light brown and blonde, mousy brown,
Oh, I'll be
and,
darned.
and they all have hazel eyes.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. The one thing I learned about doing genealogy is the best way to see the family traits are to get photos of the family members when they hit 70 or when they're 5 years or just a little bit younger. Before they lose their baby teeth, more family traits can be seen. And in some pictures, I can put like my mom, her mom, and then their grandmother, my mom's grandmother, and they all look almost identical. It's really cool, but you got to have about the same age, about 5 years old.
Huh.
So when bone structure hasn't been messed with because of your adult teeth growing in and your body growing.
Right. Great. I was about to say, Greg, you okay?
Yeah. I was just letting my dog out because he was.
And I've even used facial recognition for my genealogy.
I know, Troy, you've been trying to limit your hours. If you want, I haven't used any of my hours this month. If you want, I can open my stream and invite you guys to that.
Well, I'm about to head off because
I'm actually
getting
about to
tired.
do that. Yeah.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
no problem.
I'm getting tired. I mean, I
Are
think
you
it might.
both East Coast?
I'm in the East Coast. Yep.
Yeah.
Greg, are you East Coast too?
I do not believe so. It is currently
You're in
Tuesday.
Central, right? Because
Yeah,
you're in
yeah.
Saskatchewan.
Yeah, it's CST.
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm on the Pacific Coast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
only 1 a.m. for us, a little after.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
Troy, what time is it? It's almost 5 over there.
What?
It's almost 5 over there.
Almost
4.
5. Yeah.
4:50.
Oh man.
4:17 maybe.
It's
Yeah.
quite the time difference.
4:17 here.
As I said, it's like 2 over here. So.
Well,
Bro,
definitely,
right.
gentlemen, history and Greg.
Hmm.
When I get a chance to make a time together so that you can take a look at my stereo, we'll do a live stream, and I'll do it from my place.
From your channel.
Yeah, from my channel.
And
All
Greg,
right,
you want me to
Hector?
send you Hector's channel?
No, I already found it.
Oh, you already found it
Yeah, I
yourself,
found it.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So we're gonna come over there, and when Hector has the time, and see what we can do with it. I mean,
Down.
now
Yes,
Greg
please.
does he can do he does the mechanical stuff from it.
I mean, I can't say like as I told you earlier with the
Hey,
whole wiring.
any better application than I have? I mean, I have zero relying on people that tell me what to do, and if they see something they're experienced before, maybe they can help me with that way.
I would think though the wiring would be similar to a car stereo though. Would it not? Or
Not necessarily. No.
not necessarily? Okay.
No.
I don't know what I'm
Because-
talking about when it comes to car stereos. So I
Well,
shouldn't
because car stereos are when I was putting them in, they were solid state. They didn't have capacitors. They didn't have transistor diodes. They had them all like solid circuitry because any of those vibrations after time would break a lot of the
Would break the
boards. Yeah.
board, right? Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, your machine is older, or it's from '65. You said.
Around there, yeah.
65 or 66.
Okay,
Yeah.
because my console stereo, I don't know. I'm still having a hell of a time trying to date the thing. I can't quite
Mhm.
figure it out because my dad says it was like from '64 they had it, but then it's got like traits of later machines, so I can't figure it out when the heck it is.
When you look on the main plate that all the electronics are on,
Yeah.
right in the very back, there should be a little tag that's riveted in that should have identification.
And that would be on the
They call it a
Amplifier?
chassis.
oh,
Yeah.
oh. So
It's
that's
from-
where the radio dial is and everything, right? I would
It's,
think.
yeah, but it's on the inside.
It's in the
Yeah, I
inside
had
of
to
it.
take the back off to get
Right.
yeah.
And that identification number you can look up through certain websites that show the old catalogs that list the dates and the prices and that kind of thing.
Funny you mentioned the catalog because I actually have that. My grandma kept it with the machine. She kept it
cool.
like there's no date on the catalog and there's also no price. But I can see RCA's entire catalog of console stereos for whatever year that was or whatever.
But you got to keep in mind that was a really big purchase. It normally
Yeah.
took them a while, and they were very picky on which ones they would do.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
now, my grandfather actually, he was someone who actually invented some tubes to help change the radio world. But unfortunately, solid state happened and his tube went to the wayside. But he was a
Oh, yeah.
radio repairman from the 30s on up for TV and radio
Is that
for
right?
Ward's department store.
Let me show you real quick.
That's
Troy.
another rich history.
Oh, you're showing something, Hector? Okay, wait one
Yeah,
second.
please.
He wants to show you the stereo, what it looks like.
All right. Yeah, my machine's solid state as well.
You see the
Oh, that's it.
that's it. It's almost
Yeah.
7 feet.
Holy crap! These
Funny,
things,
I had
these-
one exactly like that. In fact, I think I still have it.
the exact
Yeah.
same,
Yeah.
like with this, like
Wow.
same designs and everything.
Well, yeah, because that design on the front's very unique.
You see the model number on it? 1P3813.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how I identified it because I looked at the arm, I looked at the inside of the 45 record changer and the 33 and a half, 33 and a third, 45 and 78. This one plays all three and it's an AM FM stereo.
Yeah,
The-
but it's got
Yeah,
the
same.
album storage on that far left side.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So
so
it's got
that's
speakers in the front.
ton.
It's got
Huh?
speakers in the front and speakers on the side.
Yeah.
And those are 12 or 15-inch woofers.
I believe that was a Magnavox trait to specifically have speakers on the front and the side. I believe that was one of their characteristics.
Well, it
I
sounded really good when I was growing up. Really sounded good.
Oh, so this was your family's machine then?
It's
This
my
was
dad's
weird.
and mom's. Yeah, they bought it in the 60s. I know that. And I know they paid on payments and they got it at Sears.
I don't know. I think we ordered our console. This was my grandma's, and yeah, it was on my dad's side of the family. I think it was ordered through their general store because they were selling Zenith televisions at the
Mhm.
time. So
And-
I think funny how they didn't get a Zenith instead and they went with RCA.
He went to RCA, yeah.
Yeah, for whatever even though they're Zenith sellers and Royal Crown Cola. I can't anyway.
But this is all the ones that my family either. This is the one on the right. This is the one my dad and mom
Yeah.
got.
Yeah.
But some of these here are familiar because everybody in those days bought this big end. It's supposed to be, a little fancier.
Yeah.
You could store things in it. And my parents, they went on board. They got the big one. And I'm looking at the rest of these. I remember these, but these are all smaller. including the one that was a TV, that was a combo stereo, and stereo and record player and TV.
I mean, that would have been good for the time, but I don't know if, unless you're Shango 066, I don't know what you're like. I mean, I don't know. The TVs generally die on you, and then all you've
Right.
got, and then it looks kind of stupid because you got this TV in your cabinet that's so obvious and it doesn't work.
Right.
Well, Keep
then-
in mind the picture tubes were fairly volatile. The startup and shutdown of those things is normally what caused them to go out.
Oh, okay.
Okay. That's the
I don't-
CRT, right? Well,
I'm sorry.
What-
the CRT. That's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Picture tube. Yep.
But to get all this, I remember going to grocery stores when the TV blew a tube.
Yeah.
We take the one that was blown, and take a few others that they recommend by the book. We would go to a grocery store, and they would have test tube.
Yeah. Tube
Cheap.
tester.
Two tests.
Yeah, and you would plug
Yeah.
it in to the right. What do you call it? The pin pattern. You put it in,
Yep.
and then you would test it, and it would say good or it would say bad, and then the cabinet on the right would tell us which replacement was it. We took it home, and the TV was fixed.
I mean, that's so convenient. That's such a great way of doing it.
Right.
That's so, like, like not everyone's a radio repairman or whatever, and they don't know these things.
Right.
So that's such a great way of doing it. I don't know if you've heard of Radio TV Phononut, Hector, or
Radio what?
the Radio TV Phononut.
No.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't think
he's
so.
He fixes like old radios and TVs.
and record players, and that's how I learned how to work on mine.
Yeah.
I'd
Guy-
what?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
He's a guy who lives in it must be the South
Mi-
somewhere.
I think it's from out Mississippi or Alabama.
he's got he's got the drawl going on though. He's got the Texas drawl.
Yeah.
So, but he's an old electronics genius though. He's really good at what he does.
Yeah. Or Shango. I watch Shango.
Yeah,
There's a
Shango. Well,
guy-
they're friends.
Yeah, they are.
There's a guy on 3 cent.
3 cents silver.
There's a guy that I watch, but his videos are so long. If he cut him up,
Oh.
and tested it, and his voice is the other thing too. It's a little drawn out and very slow and very methodical. But
Wait,
just-
What's this guy?
Who's that? That's Shango, right?
well, the thing is, he fixes everything before 1960.
That
All right.
that can't be Shango.
I don't think that's not Shango.
No, his first name starts with a J. But
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you.
yeah, but he's great. He's got the oscilloscopes. He's got testers from the 50s and 40s, and he does everything from Zeniths, Philcos, Magnavoxes. He does all the RCAs. He does all the Motorola's. People forget that Motorola was also a radio and TV company.
Yeah.
But I watch it. He says one time he made a video and says, "Hey, if you have any questions, send it on." I'm thinking about doing this with my Magnavox, but I think my Philco radio is the one that I want him to look at because it's small, it's AM/FM.
Well, you can send it to him.
No, but he said that he would walk through it, with me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
Because,
I want to get my Magnavox because I got a wall that's almost, I would say 35 feet, and it's empty. One side is on the TV, but the rest of it's empty. And I've got a perfect
Yeah.
place
Right.
for that Magnavox.
And you said the tone arm doesn't drop right in the 45 position.
Right, and
It
it doesn't matter. You know how that's got the little arm that goes next to the needle
Yeah.
that taps against the record to make sure it's a 45 or, an LP 33 and a third.
Oh, you've got one of those tone arms. I see what you. Okay, so there's no size selector. The machine figures it out for itself, right? Isn't that
Right.
how? It must be. I'm trying to think here. Why that would do that?
Somebody told me it's just a matter of getting it grease underneath and changing the belts.
Oh, is that machine with a belt? I didn't. I wasn't.
It's
I
belt
wasn't.
driven. Wait, Hector. It's mechanical or belt driven?
Belt driven.
Huh.
And you know that for a fact?
Yeah, I've seen it underneath. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because
Okay.
with my machine, there's just like they have the motor, they have a general industry, they have well, I call them GIs, but it's a General Industries electric motor, a
Mhm.
very tough little motor. It interacts with an idler wheel, and that spins the turntable. So there's no belt; it's just an idler wheel. It's just a rubber wheel that spins and moves the turntable. But yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't know there were belt-driven machines going back that far.
I even have a dual turntable from the 70s.
Oh, Troy has one too.
Yeah, I do.
Kids
It's
used
part
to
of my grandpa's stereo.
You can't
mess with
you
those
can't
and
start it
take
though.
them out.
Wait. Rich is trying to say something. What happened, Rich?
I said the belt-driven ones was because kids used to, hold the record and stop it from going and mess up the motor, burn up the motor.
Right.
Right.
They learned, fairly soon to do something that could slip if it had to.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I gotta go. It's 4:30. I gotta sleep. I gotta go, guys.
Yeah.
My wife just told me.
I can end the stream here.
Your wife just what?
My wife just told me that a little while ago, when I muted myself, it's because my wife told me that, remember, I got the grandkids tomorrow.
Oh.
Or today. So my granddaughter, first time ever she's been here, she's going to come tomorrow, and my grandson, who's been here all the time since he was 3, but this is our first time we get to get him. Even I was surprised, even with the pandemic, going on. I thought my daughter would probably freak out a little bit.
Yeah.
But she offered to bring them all over. I said, okay, we'll take them. So on that note,
Well, yeah, you've got things to do tomorrow. So.
Yeah.
got to clean the house and put things away and make sure there's nothing that they can trip over or plug in some things that they don't need to put their fingers in.
Hold up the console stereo turntable and blow out the idler wheel that it doesn't have.
Well, like I said, this has been a good conversation, guys. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I enjoyed the stream. This was a really good stream.
Yeah, it
I
was
think
a good
it's
one.
probably the best one I've ever done.
Yeah.
And the
Well,
longest.
you have Rich in the mix, and you guys, it makes it good.
Makes it good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we gotta go. So let's see
I don't know
again.
who's watching this on YouTube. If it's just us 4.
I think it's just us 4.
Yeah, it's literally just us watching our own stream. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's okay. At least someone's having a good time.
Yeah. I had a good time.
Well, it
yeah.
says 3 are watching, so that doesn't normally that's other than the people that are up.
Right.
Yeah, but
Right.
YouTube doesn't know that I'm also clicked on the stream on YouTube.
Right. Yeah.
They wouldn't know that I'm on here. I don't know about Troy if they'd know that you are watching your own stream. Well, you've got it open in a tab. You're not technically
Right. You gotta open up a tab and do it. You're not watching it, but
I
it
don't
still
know.
counts that. That
Or
you're watching
you're
it.
quote unquote watching it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right, guys. It was nice talking to you guys. I gotta end it, man.
Yeah, it was a good time.
It was a good time, definitely. And I think we should do this again.
Definitely.
Yeah,
That's
a good idea.
So next time we can invite Chase in here too. If
Yeah,
he
maybe
wants to
Chase
come up.
would join. That'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Tell you what, I'll set something up, and I'll give you guys a notification that I'll be online. Let's say 9 o'clock my time, California, or 8 o'clock. Whatever
Okay.
for you
I
guys.
gotta
Okay?
set that up.
Troy,
And you're gonna be
Troy, you're gonna
streaming?
you're gonna have to notify me when this is.
Yeah, I
taking
will.
place. Yeah.
Okay.
Hector, when you could be live streaming, Heck?
I might try this weekend.
Okay.
Friday
Because
night.
I gotta see because I gotta work outside and
No problem.
clean it up.
Work out for you. Another feeling.
Yeah,
Right.
don't worry. I think I'll get up there.
I
Yeah,
just
Rick-
spent a bunch
You're
for
welcome to
hardware to get my 4K camera streaming. So I'll,
You got a 4K?
what's that?
You got a 4K?
Yeah, I've had it for a while, but
Oh,
I just bought some gear, some hardware to be able to hook it up, and some special lights for my toned coins. So I
well,
spent
you're gonna have to
pretty
guide
penny
me
on
that
it. What's that?
I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt you, but I was just thinking maybe I want to start having a little more quality lighting and camera. I mean, what I've got right now under the scope, it's good for, identifying small dates and like that, but I want, little better resolution and less reflection, back onto the camera.
Yeah, I
Good idea.
got to talk to a guy at B&H, the big place in New York that does photo, video, audio, and talk to somebody who does video, and he actually is a coin collector. So
Right.
yeah, I got some really good info.
Okay, so let's. I'll tell you what, Troy. I'll email you and Rich, and you can email Greg, and we'll set up a time so that we can all meet. I think it'd be good to start early, like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock California time, which would be still kind of late for you guys, if it's okay with you guys.
That's be fine with me.
Well,
I mean,
see-
what about you, Greg?
Is it okay? When is this weekend here that we were planning on doing this?
I think we should do is I'll email Troy, because I just thinking right now with all my grandkids over here, and
Yeah,
my
it's not a good time.
Yeah, I might not be able to get on like for hours. So let's try to plan it towards next weekend or the middle of the week, because I'm not working right now. The
Okay.
daytime. I mean, I'm working the daytime, but it's like 4 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon. So it's not going to be too much in the way. So I'll be off in the evenings.
So
And
next
this
week we're gonna do it.
This wouldn't
Okay.
be the console thing. It would just be us
No,
getting together.
Just let's get together, talk, and
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
okay.
we can do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Rich, what about you? What are you aboard the good ship Lollipop on this one, or?
Yeah, I normally sleep an hour or two every night, so I'm up about 22 hours a day.
How do you do that? How do you do that? That's a,
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm a chronic pain sufferer, so it's because of my pain, but I've
oh,
gotten used to it over the years. So, yep.
all right.
But I have to say, Rich, you are an interesting person, and you have stamina.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
thank
you got that down.
Right. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
this is not just normal for Rich and I. We've done various and many times where we had marathon conversations, and sometimes it's only on one subject, and sometimes it varies in a lot of subjects. So it's been good.
Right. It's been
Yeah,
good.
and when
It's been a good
StreamYard first came out back in October of last year,
Yep.
I
Oh,
was
the new software.
almost every day for 8 to 12 hours. So I did that for a couple months and burned myself out on it a little bit, but sure had a lot of fun.
Yeah, it has been.
Yeah.
And Rick's been a good friend, and I hope he is, that I can assume that I've been a good friend with him and many other people too that have been really good in the coin community. I really have to admit that's a big attraction for me to be on StreamYard. It's just that the people that I meet.
Right.
Yep, it's been fun.
It's been fun. So
I gotta
All right,
say though,
guys.
with
let me just
Discord.
end the broadcast right
Oh.
now.
All right.
For
Okay.
now.
Yeah.
But- Let me just end the broadcast right now.
With Discord, you can